event. I would like to see some raised hands if you did. There's not going to be a lot, probably. Well, you did. You kind of organized it, so that doesn't count. But so 3, 4, well, that's not a lot, but that's good, because that's exactly what I want you to perceive. That was a starting point. And you can see the growth that we're kind of all together going through. And it's beautiful, it's amazing, and it means something. Also, I wasn't there, I wasn't invited. That wasn't cool, man. Definitely not cool. But still, you know, that's great. So open source, as I was saying, it's kind of everywhere. And tonight I couldn't sleep. Like right now I'm full of emotions. I couldn't sleep 1 hour. I was in the bed and my girlfriend was like, damn it, get out. You know, she wanted to throw me out at some point. And I was like, okay, but I do have an idea. Like, how can I make people understand what open source is? And I don't know. I'm kind of participating into it, but I don't know. But then it kind of reached out to me. So right now I'm studying Brazilian, beautiful language. And one of the things with Brazilian as a language is that, on the contrary to other languages, it has all these accents everywhere that lets you understand exactly how something must be read every time. You can't get the word wrong. If you get the accent right, you don't get the word wrong. That doesn't happen with Italian, though, and many other languages, really. But that doesn't happen with Italian. So we have this example, pesca, pesca. It's a dumb example, I know, but just to get you to understand, it's the small edges of this language that makes you understand open source in its entirety. What I mean by that is, open source is not just an accent somewhere. Open source is not just software. Open source is us, all together here, kind of bringing it together as a whole, as a community, as a live community, on YouTube, on Discord, on Twitch, whatever the platform may be, and we're building something that's worth building. And I think that means a lot. So, first event was 2 years ago, 50 people, COVID was there. It's kind of still here, but we're not talking about it anymore, so that's good, I guess. And today we're supposed to be, in little by little, we're gonna reach quite a few hundred people, so that's really nice. And one thing that I could ask you is, since it's morning, and I know like people are sleeping, I'm sleeping right now, but are you ready for the event? I want to see it. Well, I don't want to see it, I want to hear it. Say yes. Yes. Come on, more. Yes. Give it more. Yes. Yes, that's what I like. That's exactly what I want. So I'm Lorenzo. Some of you may not know me because I'm not that famous as 404 answer not found, but it's my nickname and I think it's cool, so that's good. And I'm part of Schrodinger's Hat as one of the organizers. Along with me are other beautiful human beings that are making this day special alongside with you. And Schrodinger Hat is on a mission to bring open source as a philosophy everywhere, even outside of software. So join us in this mission if you want, and support us in any way if you can. I would like to thank Nana Bianca, the venue, for having us here. It was amazing from them to kind of help us reach this place and get things started. I would like, of course, to thank all the amazing speakers that you're going to meet today. Great talks. So you're going to have fun about that. And of course, all the sponsors and the city of Florence, because they made it possible for us to have this beautiful event completely for free for everyone. So please, round of applause for all sponsors, the city of Florence and Nana Bianca. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, please, let me welcome on stage the beautiful, the only one, the amazing, Matteo Guidotto.
Good morning. It's working, yeah. Good morning, Florence. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Lorenzo, for this amazing introduction.
You know I love you, man.
Yesterday, we were trying this kind of show, and it was speaking without breathing. Okay. Without breathing for almost 10 minutes. So I say, stop. Breathe, talk to the people, ask how they are feeling about this day. We are so many. How many are we today?
What?
How many of us today?
It should be up to 300 people. Not everyone is here right now, probably, but it should be up to 300.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's really beautiful. Clap yourself and clap this amazing organization, please. Okay, for those who don't know me, as said, I'm Matteo Guidotto. I run a front-end community for 7 years, FEV, Frontenders Verona. It's easy to understand what we were talking about, front-end in Verona. Today I will co-host or co-present this event with Lorenzo. So my first duty is to explain the agenda, this beautiful agenda. We are going to have some talks in the morning with a breakout with coffee or water or whatever you prefer. It will be there in that room.
Where the white doors are, right behind.
We are going to open. It's not a cage.
Maybe it's not.
And
Never
then
trust someone.
We are going to have the lunch. You will be able to have a lunch wherever you want.
Yeah.
And then during the lunch, if you want, there will be an open session to discuss about the open source here. So if you want to come back early from your lunch, you can stay here, take the mic, and speak about the importance of the open source. So again, we are going to have speakers, another coffee break because we want you awake till the end of this event. And then there will be drinking moment, can we say?
Definitely. There's going to be a party after your conference. Feel free to join us. It's offered by Schrödinger Hat and all the sponsors, of course. So, come have a drink with us or eat something or whatever you like.
Not too much happiness for the drink. Okay.
That's unseen, actually, but good.
Inside this amazing venue, you can find some amazing gadgets. It's all amazing, amazing gadgets, so you can grab it. On your seat, you can find a QR code. Is for the donation for the open source community. For Schrödinger, it's everything open, also the donation. I want to thank the other admin, Nicola, Gabri, Miki, and Davide. So please make some noise for them. Thank you. And thank you all to be here today. Guess it's going to be amazing. So I give you again the floor, Lorenzo, for starting this amazing event.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Matteo. So, a few things just to get this started. If you need a toilet at any time, it's a genderless toilet, so you can reach it down the hall to your left at any point. And if you, at any point in time, feel unsafe or need anything, just reach out to the people with the cat. We're probably giving away t-shirts later, so there's going to be people with the cat that are not going to help you. But that's kind of the game here, right? So it's good. That's good. That's actually good. Get the community together. So without further ado, let me present to you our first speaker of the day, an amazing international speaker, Liran Ta, with his talk, The Unexpected Demise of Open Source Libraries. Thank you, Liran. Come on stage. Thank you, Liran, for being here with us. So Liran is an award-winning software developer. He's also a security expert, a GitHub star. He's kind of a lot of things. Today, I forgot to bring the book that he wrote about security. I wanted an autograph, but I forgot about that. That wasn't cool on me. Sorry, Liran. It's my fault. And, he's kind of a real professional in the security world. He's part of the Sneak.io company and on a mission to empower developers with better application security skills. His contribution to developer security education include leading OWASP projects, building supply chain security tools, participation in CNCF and OpenSSF initiatives, and authoring books such as O'Reilly's Serverless Security. So thank you, Liran, for being here. How are you? How are you feeling?
I'm good, thanks. It's amazing. Great. Thank you for all the setup.
Well, thank you for coming here. I know it's a long way, so Thank you for being here and for telling us about everything. So without further ado, let's get this started. Thank you very much. Round of applause for Liran.
Hi, everyone. Many amazing and beautiful faces. And it's an honor to basically celebrate open source with you, because open source is amazing. And there are not a lot of conferences and events and communities dedicated just for that. So I wanted to start off this with a personal story. And think about it for a second, like how did open source maybe change your lives? I know how it changed mine. I wanted to share this a little bit with you as we start off. So for me, from being a very early childhood kid back in the day, it allowed me to kind of understand and be familiar with the free and open source software movement, meet many new friends over the internet, over pre-internet days. For maybe some of you here who have not experienced modem dial-up, it's been amazing. But just the ability to connect with other people, build things together, reach out, to do all of this in an open manner where it is transparently being done has been a life-changing experience, very transformative. So I wholeheartedly recommend that to anyone who hasn't done that yet and want to just dive in. And so I think one of the other things that open source is providing that is very valuable for us is the fact that it provides us opportunities, right? Opportunities for growth, because we may learn new things as we interact with more people. For me, it also provided the ability to actually have impact on other people's lives. About 2 decades ago, I wrote this open source program called $Radius. It basically managed radius servers for managing users and Wi-Fi hotspots and things like that. Again, this is like very early internet days where internet was not very ubiquitous, so we needed something to manage all of this. So it was PHP, back in the day, open source still, but like on SourceForge, which is not GitHub, so not as cool, but like very different, still, the mainstream to find open source software. And it did really well. This is a niche project for like sysadmins, network operators, but over about 10 years, over a decade, it got up to 500,000 downloads, which to me was amazing, not just because of the amount of downloads, but because this software was specifically intended and built so that other people could actually build businesses around them, like Wi-Fi hotspots where you go to a hotel or some place over coffee, maybe pay some money and get a user to surf the internet. That's what this software basically allowed people. So it allowed me to create impact and allow other people to build their own business and provide to their families based on this. It's been amazing. It's been an amazing ride because I've seen how actually people put the Radius name on their LinkedIn profile, and it was like part of their job and then career, and it's like a lot of impact that I was able to do, and I was very humbled by this, how big it was. These days though, the graph kind of like deteriorates, right? Like something happens there. And so this is what I wanted to talk to you today about. My name is Liran Tal. I'm a developer advocate at Snyk, where we build developer-first security tools, help developers build in a secure way and ship their applications in a secure way, but from the developer perspective. I also do a bunch of other things around web security and open source and JavaScript and Node. So happy to chat with all of you about this afterwards if anyone has any questions or just want to join up. And so I wanted to specifically take maybe a different approach to open source or to open this conference, and that is talking about the fact that sometimes libraries, open source libraries, go to die. Sometimes very quietly, sometimes not. And kind of shed a light of like, why does that happen? But to understand that a little bit more, we kind of like need to understand some other things that are happening in the ecosystem. Like, why has open source grown so much? Why has it been adopted so much? One of those other reasons, and this is from a survey from 2015, showing that mostly the permissive licenses on GitHub has been the ones that have been more widely spread, more widely adopted. We've seen something similar with Tidelift in a very recent report, who just said, about 90% of those 2 million packages on NPM are using permissive licenses like Apache, like BSD, like ISC, like MIT, and they basically allow all of us to build upon open source software. But with that going forward, Are we taking open source for granted? Are we just using it and not understanding what are the actual implications, what are the actual risks around it? What happens when we do take it for granted? What happens to us as consumers? So first off, maybe, let's start. Story number 1, left pad. This is basically a story of how legal actions by one commercial entity were conducted against another open source developer. I appreciate some people probably are aware of this story, as it's been very, very impactful on the JavaScript ecosystem as well. And so let's start off with what was happening there and how it affected projects like Node.js and Babel to basically break their builds. So one thing to start off with is the fact that this is kind of like what you see here is basically a fallacy of software development. Why is that? Because traditional software development is taking into account the developers in a team. But what we may forget sometimes that there are more things happening. Well, first off, the traditional aspect here is coffee goes in, software goes out, right? Okay. Well, let's do the same analogy. Open source packages go in, software goes out, products go out, right? It helps us build our products. That's amazing. That's why this is a bit of a fallacy, right? Like all the product that we ship outside, it's not just our own code. Sometimes a lot of other maintainers' code, like some of them that literally sit here in the crowd. One of them is Azure. He's one developer who actually owns and maintains hundreds of other NPM modules back at that time. And so maybe they use one of his modules. Actually, perhaps they did. One of those modules on NPM was actually called Kik. Kik was coincidentally a name of another very popular messenger app, and that company who owned the messenger app wanted to, get the NPM package name called Kik. Maybe they wanted, an SDK or whatever, and so they reached out and asked Azure to release the name. He did not want to release the name, and that's very understandable. He was there first. He built an open source package for it, as part of some other things as well. And so what happens is there's now a conflict that needs to be mitigated in some way. And the actual activity tried to be sorting out the conflict, right? There's like lawyers around this, there's like NPM around this, should we release the name, not release the name, what actually happens? Well, he did not want to get sued and face a lawsuit. And at the end of the day, he ended protesting about it by basically removing all of his NPM modules from the ecosystem. Only problem was that one of them, along with Kik, was LeftPad. And LeftPad was a small library today, luckily for us, in the JavaScript language support. But back then it wasn't, and a lot of other packages were indirectly also, without knowing that they are maybe relied upon it, like Node.js and Babel and many other CI systems that were just like bluntly crushing all over the internet. And indeed, many, many projects needed to resolve and figure out what happened, because when he released all of his modules, released as in yanking them, removing them from the NPM package, now when you build projects, they're just not available anymore. So some learnings here. And hopefully some of you already practiced this. What could you take away from this story? So first off, as you may be consuming a lot of open source software, it is very wise to maybe include something like an internal NPM proxy, or for other ecosystems exist as well, some other projects. For open source JavaScript, you could use something like Verdaccio, which I'll talk about here in a sec. But it's essentially an open source project. Containerize it, just bring it up. It allows you to essentially have your own kind of NPM private instance. You can have private packages, but it also caches them and allows you to do offline downloads. And so if something happens to a package outside on like the public registry, you are not immediately affected by this. So highly think of considering using open source in this kind of more responsible manner. Story number 2 here is about how one maintainer was able to actually depart from their project just to save or try to save planet Earth. Ask yourself for a second, if you had a library that had tens or hundreds of millions of downloads, would you be able to see that it may be a a bad impact on planet Earth and climate in some way, and then just say, I do not want to maintain it anymore, it's now deprecated. So let's see what happens there. Meet Francois. Back in 2011, Francois actually is a PHP developer, maintainer. He created this project called the Faker PHP library. Obviously, as its name kind of like says, it allows you to create fakes and seed databases and testing, and it's like really useful for those kind of things. Faker grew over time very, very much. It grew to an extent where it actually had tens and hundreds of projects depending on it, then hundreds of thousands, and then millions of downloads. This, of course, happened over time, and this library that provided more and more ability to fake data, to provide you to mock things like an address of someone, their first name, different languages, SDKs to Python and Ruby and different ecosystems, had made it grown very, very large, but also the library itself became large by default, 3 megabytes. Now it sounds very small, like it's 3 megabytes. When you do an npm install, you download basically half of the planet, right? What's 3 megabytes? Unless you're a front-end developer, and everyone is like, do not bring 3 megabytes to the front end. But essentially, that meant that now every time there's a PHP install somewhere or some SDK dependent on it, those are like 3 megabytes that are being sent over the wire. Couple that with the amount of downloads that happened throughout time back at 2019, there's like a ton of transmission going on there. And so one thing that this maintainer asked themselves is, or you could probably ask yourself as well, is how often is that a concern for you, right? The size of the library itself. What if you knew that you were actually doing some harm by doing that, by people downloading your data? And so Francois found this, very concerning. He was like, this is very problematic. Every time this gets downloaded, over this compound amount of time, there's something like 11 metric tons of CO2 getting into the emissions. And so he actually admitted and said that being a significant contributor to basically to harmful climate is something that he does not want to do anymore. And he took stand and said, I am going to deprecate this. And so at this time, this is like second story of how an NPM package or a PHP package or just an open source project in general with maintainers, we face issues that we did not think about before, right? Before it was something about the law dispute, and now something about climate change. And this is like a very popular library, so what do we do? And so one option that Francois had is, hey, I can just go ahead and literally deprecate and stop the project, or we can maybe pass it into someone else. There's like an open source ecosystem. They can take the project over and have new maintainers. In fact, he actually did try that, but it didn't go as well before. And so he was like, I am not going to do this anymore. And so that's how essentially this ended. And he gave like his love to anyone who wants to fork the project and start anew, but he did not manage anything else in terms of transitioning the project. So some learnings here. Well, first off, I think appreciate maintainers and their responsibilities and accountabilities towards what they do. And maybe secondly, climate issues are here to stay, and we probably all take some part of that. So that is something we should all think of. Last story for today, more recent, and I think maybe impactful to some of us as well, is relating also to sustainability of open source software and what it means to be a maintainer sometimes. So, I promise this one has a fairy tale ending, like the other two. Hopefully I leave you with some stuff. So meet Marek. Marek is an open source developer. He maintains a bunch of projects, a bunch of NPM packages as well. Very, very known usually in the ecosystem. One of those is faker.js. Coincidentally, same name, different project, different people. And as you can imagine, this is also, again, a library that helps you do fakes and mocks and all of those things for data stubbing and testing and so on. It gets a lot of downloads, as very common with NPM ecosystems and JavaScript in general. So 12 million downloads over a month for this package. But most of this work by Mark, and by the way, by many other open source maintainers, largely goes very invisible, right? Like it goes unfunded, people work over weekends and their volunteering times and nights to build for open source for every one of us to basically build upon what they build. And many companies also use this as well, right? Like we use this as consumers, we work at companies, and companies don't, they don't have this this reflex of automatically giving back. And so it's very well understood that when this work goes largely unfunded, Mark here back in 2020 put out the GitHub issue and said, to make a statement here, at least trying to, is how can we do this better? Because I do not want to continue doing this work for free. And you could see, by the emojis there on the GitHub issue at the bottom, like people, it resonated, right? Like people accepted, recognized, something is very off balance here between open source and commercial entities using open source. So apparently, Mark was heard, but not so much. And so this is 2 years later into all of this even happening. One sudden day, you go to this library's GitHub project, which again, super popular, tens of millions of downloads a month. And you see this. Basically, no code, nothing. Everything on the GitHub code is nullified. There's no functionality. There's no capabilities. This also joins an NPM package for this, an NPM version, a new version that was released to this project of the version number 6.6.6. Perhaps telling something. And so the other thing that you may or may not see here also is this is a forced push commit, okay? Like there's no history of any code if anyone wanted to get that at that point, okay? The project is literally gone at this point. So it sounded like Mark was, maybe was heard before in that GitHub issue of like no more free work, but it didn't really have any impact, so now he took action and did this. But did anyone actually care? I don't know, maybe not so much, because let's learn about what else happened after this. After the Faker incident with the 6.6.6 version, we learned some new things. In fact, the 6.6.6 version is a package number that you will probably not get if you already use Faker, so you will not get an immediate impact by it, just because of the way that the versioning works. So that's a major Semver version, and if everything is kind of sane with your development environment, your NPM install and updates procedures will not just get new major version updates, which is a great default. Still, that means a lot of NPM packages that are getting in. And Mark, as we said before, has some other projects too, not just this. And so what he did was essentially bring in other projects that he has, like Colors, and figure if he can make the point with them. Colors is a project that gets downloaded by 100 million times a month, okay? This is much, much more painful if something happens there. Not to underestimate the Faker 12 million downloads a month. Colors has this new version called 1.4.1 and then 1.4.2. And it had a new release. And so if you used Colors and just like ran an update locally, you'd probably get this new version, because that's like a Semver minor or patch version. And that's something that would probably, you would update too if there's like a new version. If that happened, then you'd get this new feature. Let me drill in to show you this amazing new feature. Once you install this package and use it, this runs. It's pretty great. Once it was live on GitHub, people actually wanted to suggest new improvements for how to create an infinite loop, which was also great to see. But really, everyone who was affected by this is has felt it, okay? Like this is Mary, she was working on Amazon's AWS CDK, and there's Mina was working on Jest, and Haruku's Oak Cliff, and all of those projects and many, many more were dependent on Colors. And so when Colors had this issue and released this version outside to the public, which had this malicious code in it, this infinite loop that anytime you just use the project required the library, it will just hang. It affected a lot of people. And I think that this number versioning downloads from NPM can give us an impact, right, of a view of how this impact was so severe. By just one day or less that this was released, it was downloaded by hundreds of thousands of CI build systems and developers who are using this. They immediately felt the pain. There are some ways that we could, learn. Let's take some learnings from this. What could we have done maybe differently? Okay, so if you were impacted by Colors, one of the things I would say generally, right, like work with a log file, so that new npm installs are, very deterministic. You do not, bring in new dependency updates every time you just run it on a project. Still, if you update, that's like another issue, right? If you were impacted by one of those issues and you wanted to remain in a specific version range, you could just go and use npm's overrides feature, which allows you to specifically say, regardless of what my other dependencies want me to take as a new version for a package, I want you, the npm package manager, to specifically get only this range. Other ways that I will suggest you is essentially just use packages that are, bots and tools that are essentially helpful for you to manage your updates. Like, don't blindly create updates. Sneak does this. Also, GitHub has Dependabot to do it. And so whatever works for you, use it. But use something that actually automates the process. And specifically with Sneak, we baked in something like a 3 weeks amount of time buffer when a new version comes out to not expose you to either malicious incident, malicious packages, or things like this, which are even just functional ones. So, of course, support your maintainers and do all of those kind of good things. And so, if you can fund them, if you can support them, that is always welcome. The fairy tale ending here is the following. Faker for NPM was a very important project. And so a group of amazing people, random people from the internet, just came together and said, hey, we understood something happened with Faker, and we kind of like want to still maintain this project. They created a new Faker.js GitHub organization and imported the whole code from Mark to this, reserving and crediting his work as well there, and moving it there, and created basically a new home and maintainer set for Faker. So there are some more thoughtful learnings around just using open source in a more recognizable way and just like being more responsible with what you take in. So like looking at all of those things. And there's like, SBOM, you'll hear this a lot. And there's like, software bill of health, which you'll hear a lot. So I will not get into this a lot in this talk because this is like a whole drill down. So happy to talk about this. My final advice here for you to kind of like understand and recognize when you use open source software and specifically software dependencies is the following. The only thing that actually lasts forever are, well, not dependencies, as we learned. Error miles also not, trust me. Cat videos on the internet, I heard, really do a lot of great job if you want to take views and lasting video on YouTube. So use open source responsibly. Hope you are able to fund it as well and sponsor it. And thank you all for taking part of this.
Thank you very much, Liran. Okay, you can stay with us. Please join me on stage.
Okay.
So, first of all, get your questions ready. I have one of my own, but I don't want to steal time. So, first, I would like to thank you on behalf of all of us of Schrödinger Hat and the community, So, allow me for you to be the first speaker to get this prize. We
Amazing.
3D printed this with eco-sustainable plastics, I guess. Nice. And so, welcome and thank you for being here, really, from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you so much
You
for
make
having me.
the world of programming better. So thank you. Thank you very much. Stay here for a bit.
Okay.
So any questions for our friend Liran?
Oh. More
He
questions.
didn't want to answer
Didn't
questions.
realize that.
Okay. Any at all?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Where? Okay. There you go. I'm coming to you.
Thank you. Amazing presentation. Do you think the behavior of the faker maintenance was irresponsible, or is it something that is it reasonable to expect from him? Thank you.
It's putting me on the spot here because I literally have several hats on this. I think I would not do it, but I'm not going to judge anyone else. We take open source software, like I said, for granted, right? And we were delivered in using that open source software with a license that basically says, you know, you take all the responsibility is on you. I hold nothing to it. And so we have to be more, I think, responsible and manage risks when we use open source. And at the same time, you know, understand that those things can happen. And a lot of bad could have happened for Marek and other people as well, or like their packages, sorry. Not technically happening, like let's say the NPM registry is down or Ruby gems or whatever, like we'd all be suffering from this. So there's like, we need to like manage the way that we use open source software. At the same time, it's hard to judge someone who might be going through a lot of difficult times. So I can only speak for, and you know, all of you will probably, you know, as citizens of open source will own your own actions and can do better and decide if this is the action you want to take or something else. That's basically it.
Citizens of open source, that's beautiful. Very beautiful. Thank you. If there are no more questions, okay, there you go.
I go. Wait.
Mike is gonna come. Yeah, right there.
Thank you. Is it working? Okay.
Yes.
Have you ever heard about the Hippocratic license? And if you have, do you think this is like something meaningful for the community?
I've not heard of that.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions?
Okay. Any more questions? Great. It's time for my question.
There we go.
So no, it's a kind one. Don't worry.
Okay.
So I'm actually wondering. I'm kind of into licenses myself. Very niche, but kind of nice. So I was wondering, do you think there is a chance at some point, in some time in the future, that we as a community can come up with some kind of regulations, public-wise and politically-wise, to kind of engage licensing in a way that doesn't hurt the economy, but at the same time doesn't hurt the creators, which are kind of the base of this economy? What do you think?
It's a good way of asking whether we are having sustainable open source software, I guess.
Yeah, I went around it.
Yeah. Some ideas that were we were entertaining for GitHub were around things like bug bounties for issues. So if you're a company that uses, you know, a bunch of open source software, and you needed a feature, so instead of like bugging the maintainer, like people usually do, and say, I need this feature, I need this bug fix, you would actually put a bounty around it and like literally say, like, I'm willing to pay X amount of dollars for this and put it out there. And so the maintainer would still hold like, hey, like, this is out of scope or whatever, or they could end up doing it and get recognized for it and funded for it. I don't know if this will end up happening. There are some platforms that do that. Tidelift has some commercializations around maintainers. There are other platforms who attempt to do this bug bounty thing, unrelated to like Open Collective and things like that. I think it's something that we should definitely consider because of the strain that is on the shoulders of open source maintainers. So I would love to see it happening. You said in the near future, I hope so.
Let's hope so. Round of applause for our good friend Liran. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Liran. I'm going to take a moment to recognize this beautiful talk. And I'm also kind of going to do some marketing, if you don't mind. So when you got in on your seats,
yes,
you found a small QR code. Now,
yeah,
I'm sure you understand that stands for donation, because we are a collective of developers, so no money involved. But to do conferences like this for free, we need some help, of course. So if you are willing at any point to help us out, or not, it's the same. It's cool if you don't want to. You know, scan the QR code, go to Open Collective. All of our expenses are open sourced as well. So if we spend €1 on, I don't know, a sticker, you're gonna see that. That's really cool. Open source in finance. That's like amazing. But if you want to help us out financially, that's cool. If you can't or don't want to, it's cool as well. But you know, you're welcome to, definitely. So thank you very much, and let me welcome our good friend again, Matthew, as they call him in America, Guidotto. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please come here. How's it going? Good? Okay. Please, walk this stage. So, I don't want to bore you with the introduction. You know what I'm going to say? Okay. I don't want to bore you with some standard introduction. Just want to ask you, how many of you... okay, I have to run. I will remove the vocals. How many of you, do you have a pet? Yes, no, raise hand. Who has a cat? Who has a dog? Who has strange animals? Which animal? A turtle, okay. Think about the strange name that you can ever think about an animal. He has a better one. His dog is called Linux or Linux.
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 Yeah,
Linux.
okay, Linux.
So the two next speakers will be Rafael and Rafael or Rafael.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Raffaello.
Raffaello. Amazing, amazing. And Michele. Oh, Michele?
Michael.
Michael, okay. Okay. They are strong contributors of open source, especially for Node.js. I want to say hi also to the people that are watching us from YouTube. Feel free to ask questions. If you want, you can just type. It's easy, I think. And we are going to ask the question to our speakers. So if you're ready, guys, I'm going to leave you the floor.
Awesome,
Yeah?
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you,
Bye.
Matthew. Okay, I just need to position that a bit better, I guess. Yeah, all right. Welcome everyone to our first session together.
First session, yeah.
Yeah, we've been working together for a year now. That's the first time we actually speak together on a stage, so it's going to be interesting, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Yeah, so we will be discussing 5 ways you could have hacked Node.js. So before we start, maybe you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Rafael. I'm staff engineer at Near Forum. I'm from Brazil. I'm not Italian, as you can see, okay, but I'm trying. I'm a member of a few organizations in the open source. I'm a member of the Node.js Technical Steering Committee. I'm also doing some live streams, so if you like this kind of content, consider following me there. Twitter, GitHub, every place, I'll be there, I guess. And I'm also a Node.js security working group lead and a Node.js releaser, so if any of the Node.js version break you, probably I pushed it, so sorry.
Amazing. So I'm Michele. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Orama Searching, and I'm from Italy. And yeah, I'm basically building with my team the next generation of full-text search engines. So if you're interested in learning more about how full-text search works, especially in JavaScript, that's something we can discuss. And I contributed to many open source projects in the past, mainly from Meta, Google, a bit of TC39, etc. So we're both highly into the JavaScript ecosystem. So with that being said, we would like to discuss 5 ways you could have been hacked in Node.js, starting from the fact that all languages and all the runtimes you can find out there have vulnerabilities. So whatever you see here, it's not explicit to Node.js only. That can happen in other runtimes. But whatever we are looking at today, it's something that has been fixed by the good old Raphael and his team. So you don't have to worry anymore. But we will see later on what's going on.
Yeah, so one thing we need to make sure here, I normally fix the things, but I normally break the things too. So I just do the work. So to talk about the Node.js security team, we are split in two groups. The first one is the triage team. It's normally members of the organization with security expertise and members of the technical steering committee that receives your report and analyze, evaluate, assess it, and see, okay, this is a real vulnerability or this is not. And we have the release team and the build team also looking to the reports because some vulnerabilities are crazy, very difficult to replicate, and sometimes it just happens if the moon is aligned with you, I don't know. And the second one is the security working group. It's a community working group. So we have several initiatives, and you can be part of it. If you just ping me on Twitter, if you just look to the security working group repository in the Node.js project, you'll be able to participate in our meetings, understand how Node.js works, and perhaps make your first contribution to the Node.js. It's okay, it's easy. Just ask and we will help you, okay? So one thing that is important to mention before I start, okay, if you are looking for some exploits, if you like this kind of thing, I hate you. I'm kidding. If you find a potential security vulnerability, please do not open a public issue. This will disclose the problem. This is terrible for us because we need to hurry, to run, to fix the problem as soon as possible. You normally need to look to the security.md in every project. And, well, how can you submit vulnerabilities to Node.js? You normally look for the vulnerability and go to the hacker one. Node.js uses hacker one, okay? And then when you go there, you fill your form, and, okay, this is how I can exploit it. I feel this is a vulnerability or not. And then the Node.js team will look to your report, and the triage team will look to your report, and will look against our threat model if that's a vulnerability or not, okay? Sometimes you feel that, okay, this is a vulnerability, but this is just the design of Node.js. So you need to look to all the documents to make sure that you are looking to the right place, okay? And if it gets accepted, yes, we will perform a security release as soon as possible and fix it.
Yeah, and one last thing to know is that you can actually make money out of this because there is a bounty program. So if you find a vulnerability that no one else has found yet, you can submit it and you're eligible for earning something. So it's good to know, and it's good for the ecosystem and the community. Now, we promised to talk about 5 ways you could have hacked Node.js in the past. So we might start with the first one, which is called DLL injection. So how many of you are familiar with the DLL concept here? Wow, a lot of people actually. So okay. So for those who don't know, DLL injection is a technique used by attackers to inject malicious dynamic link libraries, files into a running process, thereby modifying the process itself, behavior, and gaining unauthorized access to whatever resources, etc. So we can make an easy example. So first of all, first thing to know is that it happens on Windows. And let's say the attacker wants to exploit OpenSSL, for example. At this point, let's say you're following a blog post, and the blog post says install Fastify. How many of you are using Fastify here? Amazing, good. For those who don't know, that's a beautiful web framework. I highly recommend using that. But as you can see, you're mistyping something here. So Fastify should end with a Y. Here it's ending with an I. So you're actually installing Fastify.
Yeah.
Awesome. So you're installing a malicious package. The problem is that the Fastify package contains a DLL script that is called providers.dll. And whenever you call Fastify, then you load this very nice C++ script, which will open the calculator. That's a very bad vulnerability.
Very dangerous thing.
Yeah, exactly. So they forces you doing math. So it's pretty bad, right?
Yeah.
But, okay, how does it work? So let's say for this particular DLL vulnerability, whenever you call the crypto or HTTPS, TLS modules that all use this script underneath, it initializes OpenSSL. Then Node.js initialized the OpenSSL that searches providers.dll in the current working directory as soon as it initializes. And the problem is that if you have a package that has a post-install script that uses, for example, crypto module, in that case, npm version uses the crypto modules to checksum the package itself, then you're actually calling the malicious script and you're hacked. And that's basically it.
Yes, that's it. You are hacked in 5 minutes. Very easy. Just installing the wrong package, okay?
So that basically means I can open your calculator on your computer whenever I want.
Yes, but don't do that, because I don't use Windows.
Okay, that's also true. We could go on. Maybe I'll explain the next one, and I'll give you the next one. Okay. We can also talk about DNS rebinding. Again, how many of you are familiar with the concept of DNS rebinding?
Okay.
Awesome. And what is DNS? Do anyone know what DNS is? Because it's always DNS fault, right? And that's the case again. So I can explain DNS rebinding like I'm 5. So let's say I'm from Italy, Rafael is from Brazil. I want to make a phone call to Rafael. But in order to, I don't know your phone number because we are not that friends anymore because I've opened too many times your calculator. So I need a phone book to understand which is the number to call Rafael. So in that case, what happens is that if a malicious person wants to sneak into the process and listen to my calls, for example, or pretending to be Rafael, instead of modifying my phone book manually, because I would notice that someone is, changing something inside the phone book, taking a wrong number, they could give me a fake phone book instead, which is new. I couldn't notice any modification, but Rafael's name will be the same, but the phone number will be someone else's phone number. So whenever I make a call and I want to talk with Rafael, I will be actually talking with someone else. So I think, Rafael, you're better than me at explaining how it works with DNS.
All right. So I will be quickly on that because it's too much content in a few minutes. So if you have any questions after that, please ask. Ping me, Michele. Doesn't matter. Just don't make a phone call to me, okay? So let's say that you are using Node.js with -- inspect because you are using the inspector protocol. You can use it on JavaScript directly in the browser, okay? And you will access the attacker.com. Is any malicious website, okay? When you perform this website was redirecting you to 10.0.2.555 in the port 9229. And 555 is not a correct IP address, right? This goes up to 255. And then Node.js was not recognizing it as, okay, this is an invalid IP. So it was proceeding the thing. And, okay, so it goes to the browser, and the browser says, okay, I don't know it. I don't know, it's not a real IP address. I will ask to a DNS server. And then, if you are using a compromised DNS server connection, you can use it in different ways, okay? If you are using a public network, you'll be compromised. Oh, one step.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, you can suffer from man-in-the-middle attack because DNS is not protected by SSL or TLS, so it's not so rare, okay, to happen. And then, keep going, it will go, the attacker maps the request to the attacker IP, their website, their IP address, with a short time to leave. And then, with this short time to leave, the page tries to load the /JSON under attacker IP address, okay? And then, just a brief explanation about TLL. Basically, when you ask for a DNS, you normally you ask for IP address from the DNS, you receive a time to leave, which means that, okay, after this time, of this timeout, I will ask again because it might have changed, okay? And the first request got the attacker IP with a short time to leave. It means that when I call the same IP address again, I will call the DNS again, okay? So in the second call to the DNS, okay, I want to know which IP address is the .555. Now it will get your own IP, your local host, okay? And then when it got the local host, you'll be able to see the Node.js debugger information. So go ahead. So it will show the /JSON WebSocket debugger URL with the password to the attacker. So the attacker can just step in, run malicious code in your Node.js instance, and that's everything that they can do. They can do everything, actually.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, and that probably brings us to a totally different type of attack, which is actually kind of similar if we sneak into the middle of the process.
Yeah.
So we can talk about HTTP request smuggling. We were discussing this in the speakers room because it actually happened, at least to me, in the past. So that's how I'm familiar with it. But I can try to explain this to you with an analogy. So again, I will be explaining like I'm 5, then you do the
Okay,
adult
perfect.
stuff.
I'm
All
the
right.
bad cop here.
Perfect,
Okay.
thank you. You're the grown-up here. Awesome. And so let's say basically you're at a party and you're a kid and you want to eat everything. That's typically me. And you have 2 tables. On one table we have like sodas, and on another table we have cake. So in order to get either cake or soda, you can only take one, but you have to bring a piece of paper with written soda or cake on it. But the malicious kid, which is me again, typically takes a piece of paper, writes soda on one side, folds it, and writes cake on the other one. And when I bring my first piece of paper to the soda desk, they will give me some soda. Then we'll turn it, give it to the cake desk, and they will also give me some cake because they couldn't check the back of my ticket. So as you can see, I tricked the desks basically to gain access to all the resources I could find. And while this is easy to understand with an analogy on food, because as an Italian I need to talk about food, right? I think it's a bit harder to explain with HTTP headers, but you can do it.
I don't know. Well, let's move. We have just a few minutes, so I will really go fast here. So let's assume you are this user, beautiful user. You send a request, and it goes to the CDN, like Cloudflare, and then it goes to the private network /users, a microservice. Okay, everybody here works with microservice, I assume. And then it can be a load balancer, reverse proxy, doesn't matter. It will still happen. It was happening, actually. And then, if you move forward, we have HTTP headers, and one of them is called transfer encoding. And transfer encoding is just a header that tell to the server how interpret the bytes of the request. I will not spend much time on this because it really doesn't matter. Just move forward. And well, the malicious user was requesting, was creating a HTTP request over the socket with the following content. A post to / okay? And then go one step. And then this was by passing Node.js, the invalid header x semicolon /n. /n is Node.js was expecting a CRLF, that is a /r/n to separate headers, but it bypassed with just a /n. And then when it happens, the CDN was sending the whole payload to Node.js, but when it arrives on the Node.js server, it was considering 2 requests instead of 1. The request 1, post, and the request 2, get. The get here, it was supposed to be just the content of the post request, but in the Node.js, it was split in 2 requests. So it means that when I send it to the CDN, it goes, okay, and when it arrives to the Node.js server, it will parse this payload into 2. So it means that I will get admin stuff, and the problem with this is that admin stuff might not even be exposed to the internet. I don't want it. And then, well, this can lead to several vulnerabilities like cache poisoning by passing a lot of security layers and so on. Okay?
Yeah, I think you can go. We have a few minutes, so you can go directly with this one. Which
sure. Let me switch with you then.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. Let's talk about the Dayton 4, the attempt to read to arbitrary path. So let's say that now you use Linux like me. And then you are using a Linux-based host with multiple users. This is very common in the past with sysadmins and a lot of /folders, /home folders. And well, by default, when you install Node.js, it tries, when you open it, it tries to load Node.js, a few configurations in a different file, in a different locations. And one of them is the OpenSSL. OpenSSL is just .cnf. It's the configuration of OpenSSL. You can exploit it several ways. And by default, Node.js was trying to read the OpenSSL.cnf from a shared path, like home IO.js, a user that might not exist in your service, in your machine. And then the hacker can just create the user and create this file. And whenever Node.js initialize, it will load the wrong OpenSSL CNF. So, well, one thing that normally security research does to find it is to use a system tool called strace. So if you use Node.js and call strace to wraps it, you'll see all the syscalls that Node.js performs. Like, I will try to read this file, Node.js tries to read this file or read this socket and so on. So this is how it was exposed. And I created a pull request with a test to address this problem, also fixing the problem. Okay, I'll go to the last one. Is basically, you can explain the man-in-the-middle attack.
No, that's really easy, actually.
Yeah.
Certificate validation. How many of you are familiar with the concept of man-in-the-middle? That's pretty common, right? Awesome. So for those who don't know, I'll be super quick. Let's say you're that actually happened in the States after 9/11 when you were landing the airport, in whatever airport in the States. You would be turning on your phone, right, to make a call to your family, says, okay, I got there. But the cell that replied to your phone was located inside the airport. Why is that? Because every time I open my phone, as soon as I land with an airplane, I basically get connected to a cell phone that it's basically national security cell phone, so they can listen to the conversation, check for every threat that can come from a foreign, and basically then proxy the request out to the actual receiver for your call. And that's pretty interesting because this is called man-in-the-middle attack. So there is someone listening to your phone calls or your HTTP requests by using, for example, a proxy. So this is how basically, okay, instead of making a request directly to a server, we basically use a proxy. And if someone has access to the proxy, then they can actually sneak into your data. And why is that important? Because if you're using, for example, a debugger like Charles, for example, which I actually use, you can decrypt the data, and someone can enter the process, read clear data, and use it for whatever they want. So this is basically what they would get. So whenever you're debugging your Node.js application, that could have been a vulnerability in the past.
Yeah, that's very common. Like, I use it a lot to intercept my HTTP calls and debug. Okay, I'm sending this request through this application, and I want to know the payload, the response, mock some things, and it's very common. And well, if you are in an interview and the interview asks you, okay, implement a prox client, in 1 year ago, probably I would end up with this code like HTTP GET to the prox URL with the prox port, and the path is the destination, the final destination. And basically a curl request will look like this: proxy and then the path, HTTP, simple. But please don't do that. I did it, and it was not good. And basically, when you request HTTP, when you perform HTTP request without TLS, because you're normally using a local debugger, a local interceptor, the attacker will read all the traffic without any encryption because you are using localhost. You can use a public interface for that. And the thing is, when you do it, the attacker can just sniff in the network using Wireshark, whenever, and they will be able to go here. And as you can see here in the above, my password is called my secure password, and they will be able to see it. And well, that's when prox tunneling comes in. And basically, instead of making a GET request and just redirect your request, you create the SSL tunnel with your proxy. So you're basically sending the HTTP connect to the proxy, and the proxy forward it to the end server, to the destination. So you have a connection, a tunnel between your proxy and the final destination. So you'll be able to send any data you want, in a safe way, okay? So you probably don't need to do it by yourself, so ensure to use a good library. Undici is now safe. I did the mistake, but I fixed it, okay? So
Yeah, what are we learning from all of this? So basically, whatever you've been looking here has been fully disclosed, and there's no vulnerability anymore. And most importantly, the target, it's always you. Not always, most of the time it's you, because you are running the system. You have access keys, you have whatever on your computer. So if I enter Rafael's computer, I can screw up a lot of things, I guess. So that's why I guess you get to protect pretty well.
yeah, and that's I have just 1 minute, and one thing that I'm including to the Node.js in the next version, hopefully, is the -- experimental permission. How many of you knows Dino? So you know the allow things, right? Allow net, allow everything. Now it will arrive in Node.js with a different approach, maybe better, maybe worse, who knows? But yeah, that's it. I'm trying to release it in the next 19 version, and hopefully you not open many issues about it, and it will work fine. But yeah, try it. When it arrives, please try, and that's it. Okay? I will skip this because just an explanation about the permission model, and that's it.
Yeah, all right. And one very last thing. At Orama Search, we are hiring for a staff engineer. So if you're interested in working on algorithms and data structures in JavaScript, that's your opportunity, I guess.
And same applies in your form, okay? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Where are you going?
Okay.
We sneak out as soon as possible.
Oh.
Shall we come back?
There's question. Please, no.
Thank you, Michael, Raffaello.
Raffaello.
Yeah, we have to give you the prizes. Oh. So the first is for you.
Okay, that's great, huh?
We need to put the soundtrack. We are the
You
champion.
need to do
Okay.
fancy face. Something like this, right?
Thank you very much for this. Guess what? Amazing talk. And what's going on? Well, we'll check. Do we have any questions in the room? There is Lorenzo, if you want to. Otherwise, I have one.
Questions? Any questions?
Any? I start.
Okay.
In your opinion, how much important is to deeply understand the HTTP protocol instead of doing something for just playing?
Oh, I mean, when you understand the protocol you are using, you are probably doing your work in the properly way, you know, like if you don't understand the headers, probably your server might be receiving it and not parsing it correctly, and you don't know because you don't know how it works. So for me, it's valuable, very valuable.
Yeah, I think the talk shows 5 vulnerabilities. They're almost all linked to HTTP requests. So understanding how HTTP works can actually help you preventing these kind of vulnerabilities by adopting like third-party features for other services if your code is known to be vulnerable until you find a fix. So you can actually proxy your requests for, let's say, Nginx or something else if you know that there is a vulnerability but no fix ready yet. But you have to know it, and you know it knowing how HTTP works.
Thanks. Do you want to give a message to these amazing people that we are?
Update to the latest Node.js version.
Please.
Always do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Now I can hear you. Okay.
Now you can go. Okay, it's time to the next speaker. I want to leave the floor to my partner in crime,
Yes.
Lorenzo.
No crimes, though, at least not known of. Well, again, thank you for being here. We're going to take some time to let everyone kind of get their mics off. our next speaker, which is getting ready. Okay. Our next speaker is Alina Dima, which I welcome on stage. She's almost ready. She's getting here. Alina is a senior developer advocate in the AWS IoT Global Advocacy team at Amazon Web Services, of course. She is passionate about helping developers accelerate their journeys in the IoT ecosystem and working with IoT communities to build better and move faster from prototype to scale. Alina has worked in various industries such as telecommunications, manufacturing, automotive, retail, and photovoltaic. With nearly 20 years of experience, which, damn, 20 years of experience, that's big. As a software engineer, technical delivery manager, and architect, she has designed and built multiple highly scalable, operationally ready IoT solutions with millions of devices running in production today. This was a beautiful way to describe this amazing human being who's gonna give us the speech, the talk, with the title, Ensuring IoT Application Edge Resilience with the open source AWS IoT Device Client. So thank you, Alina, for being here while you're getting ready. No rush.
Yeah.
While she's getting ready, I would like to remind to you, I'm the marketing guy. So again, finance help, please. Thank you very much. We don't want your money, but if you want to give them to us, you're welcome at any point in time. Thank you. So, Alina, was it difficult to prepare this talk?
So and so.
So and so, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think overall the content itself was not super difficult, but I'm really excited to speak in front of the open source community, and I think because of this I had to make some amendments, and yeah.
Thank you very much. So I'll leave the stage to you. Thank you, Alina, and welcome to Florence.
Thank you very much. Hi. Hi. Yeah, I'm super happy to be here today. It's really exciting. It's my first time in Florence. Not my first time in Italy, but my first time in Florence. And I'm really happy to talk in front of so many people. My name is Alina Dima. I'm a senior developer advocate in the AWS IoT Ecosystem Services team. I will tell you a little bit about what our team does in the next slides. But today what I'm going to talk about is IoT and edge resilience. How many of you in the audience have worked in IoT? Okay, that's quite a few. How many of you have worked with AWS IoT? Okay, that's nice, cool. Yeah, so I have an introduction as well, so don't worry if you haven't worked with IoT. So I'm going to introduce IoT MQTT, and then I'm going to talk about what can go wrong at the edge. So generally, when you're building IoT, multiple components, an ecosystem, we'll talk about that, but we will focus on the edge. Then I'm going to explain how you can solve some of these reliability problems by building resilience in your application, and how you can do it with, of course, open source tools. I mean, starting from the protocol itself, if you're using MQTT, for example. MQTT has a lot of resilience built in that a lot of application developers sometimes are not super familiar with, and some things get, they just fall between the cracks. So we're going to talk about that. And then we're going to look at IoT Device Client, which is a modular C++ open source application provided by AWS with best practices. I'm also going to talk about other tools, like MQTT.js, which is also, again, a tool that you can use, which is, of course, open source. It's a library. You can build it in your application to achieve resilience. Right. So, I mean, I've been already introduced. Maybe just one thing about me. I worked as an engineer from when I was 20 years old. I had my first job. I moved to Berlin from South Germany. And since then, I have moved from building Java distributed applications to JavaScript. I had my first JavaScript shock with, non-type defined and variables being anything. So that was interesting. And then I switched towards serverless applications. And I'm actually honestly fascinated by serverless technologies. And how you can just focus on building your application while other things like infrastructure can be taken care of for you within the limitations, because you still have to take care of scaling yourself, which is the fascinating part, or one of the fascinating parts. Right, so what are we going to do in this session? I mean, I want to focus a little less on technologies and tools, and not so much on AWS services. I want to focus more on the idea behind resilience. So why does it matter? What are the challenges that you encounter in IoT that sometimes you don't have in other solutions? And how can you fix them? So when you know what the challenges are, then you can make informed decisions about the tooling that you can use, right? So the important thing is to know about it. And then we can look at some tools just as examples. And I will build a little short maturity model that you can take with you when you're building IoT applications. It's going to focus on the edge. Right, so IoT, billions of connected devices out there, all speaking different protocols, connected by different technologies with different type of constraints, from really small microprocessors to really powerful gateways. All of them need to work. Sometimes all of them need to be managed within the same fleet of devices, which is very challenging, of course. And if you are building an IoT use case, you're not building IoT for IoT's sake. What you're doing is building IoT to build something else, to get maybe some data in order to understand operational models of your devices, of your factories. Maybe you want to improve your house experience, right? So you're building home automation, you're building, controlling your I don't know, fridge and microwave and a little robot bringing your newspaper in the morning and the coffee machine turning on automatically, which would be really great. So it's always about what you get by setting this foundational technology in place. So this is very important. Of course, this only works if what you're doing is reliable, right? So if you're getting data out of microcontrollers, if you can trust that data, then you can build something out of it. But if your data is not trustworthy, then you literally have almost nothing. If you've got, I worked in projects where multiple teams were working together, sometimes the same companies, sometimes different companies. You interact with hardware vendors, you interact with connectivity partners, you have a machine learning team or data engineers, and there's always a bit of finger pointing between different teams when something goes wrong. And the reason why there is finger pointing is because sometimes reliability is missing at different stages in the application. So data engineers would come and say, hey, I don't have the data, what have you done? I'm getting null values, but I'm actually looking for meaningful integer values, for example. So what is really going wrong, and who is responsible for fixing it? Right, so to have reliable applications, you need to build resilience in. Now, IoT is different because here we are dealing with an ecosystem, right? So by ecosystem, we mean hardware, software, network protocols, of course, cloud components as well. And they're all provided by different people, right? It's open source projects, we have technology providers, we have, I don't know, if you're using, for example, cellular connectivity, then you've got your SIM card provider. If you're using a microprocessor, you have the hardware provider as well, and so on. So all these building blocks need to integrate and work together. There are multiple phases, especially if you're building something for production. You've got your planning phase, you've got your building phase, and of course you've got your running phase. And the people responsible for each of these different phases are different, right? So an operator expects different things from a system than the person who built it or the person who planned it. So what are the challenges for engineers who are working in this field? Well, the multitude of technologies and protocols, right? So there is so much out there that very often developers don't know what to choose. And you need to, of course, try and do POCs with different technologies to understand if it is the right thing for you. Some technologies are more stable, some others are potentially less stable, but they might still be what you need. For example, if you know that your devices need to communicate 24/7 with your backend application, be it in the cloud or be it running on-prem and so on, then you know that you need a protocol that is designed around real-time communication. So sure, you can use HTTP, but that's forcing the node because you just know that you need this channel open. With HTTP, you need to actually establish a session every time that you're sending some data. So this might not make any sense, right? You opt sometimes for event-driven architectures if this is what your solution needs. Of course, it's not always easy to identify problems early. So what you have in your testing lab is very often not what happens when your devices are out there with the customers. So you've got external factors influencing. Like, for example, your connectivity provider, your internet provider, drops the internet connection entirely. And that drop is, let's say, for 2 days. Or your devices run out of battery, and they are offline until you go and change the battery. You know, a lot of things can happen when your devices are out there in the field, and you need to mitigate for these kind of scenarios. We're going to look at that. Of course, if you're using the cloud, you've got a shared responsibility model, right? You, as an application developer, are responsible for what your application does, right? So are you following best practices in terms of security? Are you following reliability and operational best practices? And of course, the cloud provider is also responsible for the security within the cloud as well. But of course, there is a shared responsibility model between the different teams, right? So who is responsible for what? Where are the interfaces? How does the communication work? So MQTT, I'm going to focus on MQTT because it is still the most commonly used application protocol for IoT. So for those who don't know what MQTT is, it is a bidirectional communication protocol. You've got producers and you've got consumers. Now, the interesting thing about MQTT is that it is fully decoupled. So if your subscribers are not connected or not online, it doesn't matter for the publishers. So the publisher can publish data. If somebody is subscribed to that topic, then the data is received. If not, then nothing happens. So this kind of decouples communication between publishers and subscribers. And of course, MQTT is just designed around reliability in unreliable networks. And we will see what at protocol level this actually means. Of course, it works at application layer, so it is an application layer protocol, and it works over TCP/IP. So you're still dealing with issues with a TLS handshake, and you're still dealing with certificates and so on. In terms of AWS IoT, I mean, this is a very simple diagram. Probably most of you are familiar. You've got the devices on the left-hand side, and then you've got the cloud. Now, this is overly simplified, right? So your devices are connecting to the gateway into AWS, and then starting to send data and be controlled by your backend solution, which resides here. The entry point is always AWS IoT Core. So you can actually see that if this here fails, then you have no connection from your application to your devices. So this is an important thing to remember. And we are going to focus on this, right? So why does this fail, and how can we prevent it? So what can go wrong with the connection point that I mentioned to you earlier? Well, so there are multiple things that can go wrong. So first of all, for security purposes, ideally, when you're connecting your devices over MQTT, you would be using mutual TLS. So this basically means that your devices are the client in this equation, and the broker in the cloud is the server side of the equation. And otherwise, mutual TLS works pretty much as normal, right, with AWS as well. So the device is going to present a certificate, and then the cloud side is going to verify it, and then, of course, the cloud side is going to present a server certificate, and the device would verify the server certificate chain. Right, so what can go wrong? If your device, for example, is using the wrong SNI and doesn't know the domain that it needs to connect to, that is, of course, not going to work, right? TLS issues can also happen, right? So what this means is that maybe your device is using a wrong TLS version, or maybe the ciphers are actually not actual anymore, or maybe the certificate is too long and it can't be recognized by the other side. But these are all errors that once you recover from them one time, probably you can fix them in the lab before you go to production. But issues like latency in the network and TCP packets gone missing, this is something that you can't necessarily fix before. So you have this intermittent connection and packet drops and so on. So what do you do in that case? You just need to make sure that the connection keeps staying alive. So it might sound to all of you like a brutal approach, right? But it's really about just make sure you keep that connection going, right? So when the connection drops, recreate it, right? Reconnect over MQTT. This is how you would solve frequent disconnects. And I mean, of course, you need to build observability to figure out why exactly these problems are happening. But with the devices in the field, you're not going to send someone with a USB stick with a firmware upgrade to your devices. You need to be able to eventually connect to them so that you can debug whatever is going wrong. You also have situations where there is some sort of service maintenance, and AWS IoT also does this. It's happening, I don't know, it's not happening very often, it's not very likely, but it does happen. So you need to make sure that your device reconnects if it gets disconnected by the server from on the server side. Now, of course, if you're building your edge software and you don't make sure that your connection is reattempted with an exponential backoff, what's going to happen is that 1 million devices are going to connect at the very exact same second. And this is going to increase your cloud load extensively. I mean, of course, if you're, I've built a project with about 5 million routers. So what was happening is that those 5 million routers were sending data at the exact same time, and that data was reaching AWS and was causing throttling issues, right? So I mean, here, it's a very important thing to increase the service limit as a first point. But of course, the embedded engineers need to be also aware that they can build their application bearing in mind that there is load. Even if the load is not happening at edge, because at edge they have one instance and they're dealing with one instance. Right, so throttling due to service limits, first of all, try to make sure that the throttling doesn't happen if you can prevent it. If you can't prevent it, increase the service limits. Generally with AWS, there is a ticket. If you've got your on-prem systems, you also need to be aware and model your load properly. The other really interesting problem with IoT devices is the clock, right? So us as humans, we know what the time is. We can always look at our time, our watch. Devices sometimes don't have a real-time clock, and this is where you should implement an MTP client on your device to make sure that your device gets the time. If your device is using an RTC clock, it's probably not as good as NTP, and the reason for that is that every day, I believe there is a 1 second, it's 1 second back in time. So in time, your device would still kind of lose the synchronization with the real time. So you need to be careful with that, because if your device thinks that it's living in the past sometime, it's not going to validate the server certificate, and then at the TLS handshake level, the connection is going to fail. And of course, if you're building with AWS, ensure that you use unique identities. So each device should have its unique certificate, so that if there is an attack on your solution, then you know what device caused it, and you can also revoke its certificate or deactivate its certificate. Right. I did get a little bit into how to build resilience. I couldn't help myself until reaching to this slide, but actually, I hope this is visible from the back. Anyway, this is a little maturity model, right? So if you're using MQTT can do a lot for you when it comes to the MQTT connection, right? So these on the left-hand side are features of the MQTT protocol that you definitely should use in your application. So MQTT provides a heartbeat. So what this means is that between the client and the server, there is some sort of periodical ping. So, the client would ping the server will ping the client, and if the connection is not alive anymore, then, of course, the connection is going to be dropped. You also have this feature which is very interesting, which is called client takeover. So you need to make sure when you're connecting, you're using the same client ID on every new connection. If you're using the same client ID and the broker believes the client is still connected, but the client knows that it lost the connectivity and it tries to connect again, the previous connection is going to be dropped server-side and the new connection is going to be revalidated. So if you're using the same client ID, the client takeover feature is really good to use. Last will testament, this is just for every other consumer of the MQTT topics to know, before you go offline as a device, what do you want others to know about you? What is your last will, right? And persistent sessions, these are important for message transfer and for connection. So when you know that your devices might lose connectivity, you can connect to the broker with a persistent session. By the way, this is not AWS specific, right? So this is MQTT specific, and you can use it no matter what technologies you're actually building with. So if you're using a persistent session, then especially constrained devices, which don't have the resources very often to resubscribe to topics, right? Or to reestablish the MQTT connection fully. When they are connecting with a persistent session, if the connectivity drops, then they will receive from the broker the previous connection, which is stored, the previous session, which is stored on the broker side, right? But of course, at application level, you still have to build a few things. I mean, here I would say that this is as close to best practices in terms of coding that you can actually get. So make your code modular, right? So you know that you need an MQTT client library. So here you can use the device client, you can use the MQTT.js. Just make sure that you create your MQTT connection and you can manage it, right? So you can create it, you can destroy it, you can listen to MQTT events like connect or disconnect or error or interrupt. So always listen to those callbacks and act on those callbacks. When you're sending your data, make sure that you publish your data only after you know that your connection is created, because it doesn't make any sense, unless, of course, you're using persistent sessions. You have to make sure that your connection recovers. So any kind of error that you have, authentication error, authorization error, so on and so forth, do retry and make sure you implement sensible retries, right? Because if you have an authorization error, you might actually be able to fix it cloud side, right? So it might be a problem in the IoT policy. If it's a problem in the IoT policy and you fix it cloud side and then your device doesn't retry to connect, then it's obviously really bad, right? Accurate time we talked about. There are also tools that help with integration testing. So AWS has a tool called AWS IoT Device Advisor. You can use Device Advisor to test your MQTT connection and to test your publishing of data and so on. At message delivery, the same thing goes. I mean, MQTT supports QoS 1 and it supports QoS 2, and it supports QoS 0. If you use QoS 0, it means you don't care. It's a fire and forget. So you don't care if the data was received and you have an acknowledgement. If you use QoS 1, then obviously the message can be transmitted at least once, but you get an acknowledgement. So this is a way to validate that your data gets sent. I mean, the way I used to do it, especially in the past when I was building IoT solutions, is have a little database at the edge. And then I was publishing a message, and then I was waiting for the acknowledgement. If the acknowledgement doesn't come, you store the data until you actually can retry to send those messages. But of course, this is if you care about your data. So yeah, buffering of messages for little connection lost is also very important. Persistent sessions does this, right? So it buffers the data for, for a little while. But if you have periods of long lack of connectivity, like days, you can't count on software buffering, right? So you need to actually build a database. Yeah. You also can optimize. If your edge is powerful, do some reasoning at the edge. Don't send all the data to the cloud. It ends up being also a little cheaper as well. And the last thing in the maturity model is really resilience of your application runtime. If you're using Node.js, and I did build a lot of IoT solutions with Node, actually. So, if you want to use Docker to manage the lifecycle of your application, you can do it. If you want to use PM2, that also works. So I've used PM2 as well in the past. You just need to make sure that your application stays up. Even if the operating system shuts down, when the operating system starts again, you need to make sure that your application restarts. And listen for those signals from the operating system to make sure that you act cleanly in your application. So when you know that the system is going to go down, just make sure that you terminate your MQTT connection, you disconnect cleanly, because the cloud side will appreciate that. You can build some observability if you do this. Right, now I'm just gonna really briefly go through device client, just to tell you that it is open source, you can have a look at it. It's available on GitHub. It's a modular application that follows the best practices that I talked about, and also a little bit more. You can also port this to different programming languages if you're not using C++. And it also, you can build it with Yocto. So my team has actually built a recipe for device client on Yocto. So you can use that. It is in this repository called AWS for Embedded Linux. And it also runs in Docker. In terms of what it supports, it's basically pretty much everything that AWS comes with, right? So it supports, if you worked with AWS, then you know what I'm talking about. It supports fleet provisioning. It also supports secure tunneling from the cloud, and also secure tunneling from your separate application via a local proxy if you have that. It supports jobs and device defender. Now, the nice thing about how this application is built is that you can strip everything out, and the only thing that you have is the shared connection to IoT Core. So let's say you don't need anything else. You don't need jobs, you don't need shadows, you don't need anything. All you need is really this shared MQTT connection. Then you can just import that library and use it. in terms of what it works with, so it's basically designed to pretty much work here, right? So not the smallest microprocessors, because there you have embedded libraries, but somewhere in the middle. So it works on ARM, it works on MIPS, and it has also been tested with x86-64 and Ubuntu and Debian. There is also something more powerful. You probably know about Greengrass, which you can run on gateways. Right, so, I mean, this is a little summary of what we've been discussing. I'm not going to go through this again. What I do want to say is I want to show you some resources. You can use, the device client is available here. I've used MQTT.js in the past. It is a really good, quite powerful library. The version v1 of the AWS SDK was built with MQTT.js. The version v2 of AWS SDK has a common runtime. So, you know, it's same runtime for C, same runtime for C++, and so on. Our team is actually working actively on blogs on Dev2. So we are doing a lot of open source. We are contributing to Yocto and to automotive grade Linux. So if you are interested in looking at the blog post on Dev2, if you have any suggestions as to what we should write about, so we are currently actively writing about FreeRTOS, we are actively writing about ExpressLink, we are also writing about this kind of work, right, with MQTT libraries and different other protocols. If you've got any ideas, reach out to us via Dev2. We also have a YouTube channel. We have recently started live streaming. So there was an event in Nuremberg called Embedded World. So this is a major conference in the embedded space. So we've also been live streaming from there, and we've got this content on YouTube if you want to, you know, have a look at that. Right. And of course, if you're interested in Yocto, do check out this Meta AWS repository. This is all with recipes for different AWS services to run in embedded Linux. Now, if you want to see an implementation of a resilient MQTT client, this is work I've done about 2 weeks ago. It's using the AWS IoT SDK, so it's located in this repo. And it's also using ARM virtual hardware to simulate a microcontroller device. So you can also have a look at that. Right, so this has been my presentation. Please ask me questions if I skipped through a few things quite fast. And thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you, Alina. Great talk. Allow me to give you the trophy that we've been giving to speakers.
Thank
you very much for being here with us. We hope you're going to enjoy Florence in the next few days.
Absolutely.
And the good food, because it's amazing around here. So, are there any questions in the room? Any? Let's see. Okay, we're a little bit shy. I know you want to ask a question. Come on. How come not? Okay, there we have it.
Okay, thanks. Is this library usable without Amazon AWS? Like, I can host a server open source and then use this library to connect with that?
So the device client, the first one, is integrated and configured with AWS. You can use part of it, you can use different components, but you can't, it doesn't make sense to use the full library outside of AWS. However, MQTT.js, for example, which is the most popular JavaScript library, that one you definitely can use. If you want to use another programming language that is not JavaScript, you can have a look at Paho. So this comes from Eclipse. But for JavaScript, my experience with Paho is that it doesn't support mutual TLS for JavaScript in the JavaScript implementation. So this is where it gets a little tricky if you want to do MTLS. If you want to just use basic auth, for example, password and username, then you can also go for JavaScript Paho. And I believe Mosquito also has a client library in C that you can also use.
Thank you. Any other questions? Let me see. I'm not seeing those guys and girls over there. No. Okay. So, yeah, I think we're good. Thank you very much, Alina. It was a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Big round of applause for Alina. So, while we wait for the stage to clear, I would say that the moment that everyone was waiting for has come. There's going to be breakfast, finally. I mean, everyone wants to eat and drink coffee. I definitely want a coffee right now. So those doors are gonna open up, and you can have breakfast, or I mean, snack. I don't know. It's 10 a.m. mostly for 20 to 25 minutes, and then we're back on stage. And remember, if you can donate, please do. Thank you. Git, by the way? Is there someone who doesn't use Git? Actually, that's a better question. Is there someone who's not doing version control around here? Is there? Don't show your head. You're not. Are you doing it in the way like final version, final version, final version plus plus kind of thing? Oh, right, yeah. Data scientist, right? Yeah, no, of course, I get that. So I would argue that everyone is coming back in. That's beautiful and amazing, and it's how it should be. So the natural order of things, really. So about the T-shirt, let me see. You know, I'm gonna do it like you do with the groom and bride thing. You know, so in a fashion where I'm not actually understanding where I'm throwing. So I'm like, my head is gonna spin around and then boom. Paulinelli wins it. He doesn't deserve it. He's a speaker. Grab it from him. Steal it. Okay, we have another one. Get cracking again. Okay, we're about to start. So let's see who gets this one. Someone here. Good take. Nice. Okay, let's see who's this. Let's see. Oh, this is one of ours. Who wants the red cat? That's not a lot of people. That's offensive. Okay, raise your hands. Come on. Who wants the red cat? Red cats, anyone? Take. Red cat. Let's see. If it was heavier, it would be easier. You know, I'm sorry for you guys in the back. I mean, I'm not strong enough for this. But like, let's try this. Good take. And take your seat. Take your seat. Grab your shirts. Take your seats. Good take. And then, let's see. But yeah. No. Too strong. I'm sorry. Too strong. Can't feel my muscles.
Too much gym.
Thank you. Too much strength.
Too much gym.
So I've taken too much time already, but thank you for being back on your seats. That was very important. There are a few left, but we can start again. So I'm leaving the scene to my good friend Matthew Ranieri.
Thank you.
Yours.
Thank you, Lorenzo. So please, everybody, take your seats. We are going to start. So close the door. Remember the safety exit on the left and on the right. Come on, you can take your stage. Please plug in your computer, whatever, okay? Thank you. Did you have a cup of coffee, a sweet? Is everything okay? Are you sitting well? Anyone needs some massage? No? Are you stressed? Are you okay? No more t-shirt, please. Take this guy out of the stage, please. So, hi again. Hi also to the people that are watching us from YouTube. You are so many, so amazing. It's a long story. It's a rock star. Okay, so there will be other opportunity to catch the T-shirt. After this amazing talk, if you are going to ask question, you are going to win a T-shirt.
That's right.
So, it's time to start. How many of you have a YouTube channel? No one?
Go on.
You? Okay, Francesco? No one? No one? You? Just for test? Okay. This amazing guy has a YouTube channel with at least 100,000 followers and 6 million views?
Yeah, more than that now, yeah.
So we can call it influencer.
I guess so, yeah. I guess somewhat a tech influencer, yeah, in the tech space.
Great. Amazing. So, I don't want to grab any time, so I leave you the floor, Philip, or maybe Filippo. And
We
please.
have a first technical issue.
Yeah, it always happens.
The classic of any demo, right? Okay, it's a feature. Yeah, it's a feature on the back. Okay, where's my presentation? I've got my
I
notes
don't
here.
have any other story to talk, to tell, to...
Okay, 1 second.
Are you asking OpenAI how to present? No? Okay. Ah, okay. Great,
look, there we
great,
go.
great. Perfect. Amazing. So we can start.
All right.
I leave you the floor, Philip. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hi everyone, welcome. Thanks for having me here. I'm really excited to be in Florence and in Italy. Actually, it's my first time ever. So I've been very much welcomed by all your hospitality. And today's talk, I kind of want to come to you guys with 3 things. Well, first of all, I want to make it fun. Second of all, I want you guys to be inspired by doing open source and contributing to open source. And finally, I want to tell you about the importance of securing your application and specifically talk about the aspect of authorization, so making sure that access control is secured within your app. There we go, a lot of animations. So why would we contribute to open source? Well, open source actually is something that sometimes is looked upon. Not many realize the power that we can bring with open source. And there is a few things that, if I can just... Okay, I'm missing my notes. Okay, let's rock without the notes. So open source, it fosters innovation. It definitely encourages collaboration. So it allows you to meet new people. It allows you to look at different parts of open source to learn more code. It offers transparency. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Let me just fix this. I have no idea what's going on. All right, I think we're good now. Yeah. I'm just. I think it's fine if I just. I think we're good. Okay. No, it's fine. I think it's all working now. So yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, we're good to go. So what else can open source do to you? Well, it can accelerate how you learn to code. It can introduce you to other aspects of code that you maybe never heard of, meet people that maybe can inspire you to do something else. And what's the greatest thing about open source? Well, it's knowing that your solution can actually help others and, like I said, accelerate problem solving. So is open source worth it? Is it worth it for us to contribute? Is it worth it for us to dedicate our precious developer time to make sure that we can actually offer something that's valuable? Well, I have a little story time for you. And this is regarding my story and what I have done. So I used to work as a lead front-end developer at Cisco in Silicon Valley. And I used to be an intern there, so I wanted to go out to as many hackathons as I can and meet as many people and introduce myself to code. And I actually attended one hackathon. It was in San Francisco at the GitHub headquarters. And the idea of the hackathon was to innovate something that would bring people together, right? So essentially what I did is I came with my few friends and we decided to build something that was missing in the market. At that point, Spotify was huge. It really was appealing to a lot of audiences because people love listening to music and they love essentially using that for the web browser because it's easy. But Apple at that point didn't have a feature like that. They were lacking an open music player in the browser. So we decided, let's use that opportunity and let's create one before Apple does. So we did. And long story short, we actually won the hackathon, we launched the project, and we started gaining recognition. It appealed to a large audience. Now, one important thing I need to mention here is that that project was open sourced. Firstly, because we didn't want to get sued by Apple, because we're creating something that obviously was their target. But secondly, because we wanted people to help maintain it.
If there were a lot of eyes on it, obviously there will be a lot of contributions, and people would benefit from just using it. So we launched it, and a week later, we ended up getting almost 20,000 individual users from 141 different countries in the world. Now, the word started to spread with us, with any popular open source project, and we ended up being #1 trending on GitHub in the JavaScript. Things got even better than that because we were #2 trending in the whole of GitHub for what we've built. Now, we weren't aware that this is going to happen. It was something that was totally unexpected. We're just 4 guys trying to build something that's cool, and suddenly it goes viral. By the 5th month, we reached 181,000 users from 180 countries. Now, safe to say that there's 193 countries in the United Nations. So it was a pretty big achievement for us. But we were quite sneaky with what we did. We wanted to make sure that our open source project is reaching the right audience. That's why we knew these analytics. And we ended up actually seeing on the analytics that people are using this app internally from Apple. And we were like, well, okay, how many Apple users are, internal Apple workers are actually using it? First it was 2, then it was 10, then it was 20. A few months later, it was 120 people from Apple internally. And what happened next? Well, this is us. We actually got reached out by Apple. They invited us to their main headquarters for lunch to find out about what we did. And obviously, there was a lot of questions, and they asked us, information that probably they found valuable. And of course, with that being said, we ended up, because of that achievement, reaching thousands of stars on GitHub, and we were recognized as top 100 people shaping British technology by the Business Insider. So the question is it worth it? Well, any open source project, well, absolutely. You never know what's going to happen with it. You're going to help other developers. You're going to help other people who are actually wanting to use it for a specific purpose. And you never know how much impact your project may have. Now, this wasn't 100% code related, because obviously maybe it helped developers listen to better music and provide better code. But of course, it still serves as a great example of what open source can do and how far it can lead you. So now let's talk a little bit about access control. And my question here is, and raise your hands if you do, who knows the difference between authentication and authorization? Okay, so we've got a lot of hands going up. That's good. That's good. If you don't, that's okay. Those 2 words are super similar. And a lot of people get them confused. Now, access control is hard in general. It's very hard to manage permissions. And even though it might seem like it's an easy thing to do at the very beginning, well, actually, it proves to be very, very difficult as the company grows, as the company scales, and as you have to start investing engineering time into actually producing your own solution. And there is a few reasons why it's difficult. We moved from monolith to microservice architecture, and it's very, very hard to manage those permissions. So there's many cases that need to be covered. So you've got a lot of use cases where something needs to be protected, there is some sensitive data, and of course, those use cases keep changing, and you have to keep adapting to that. So you have to constantly be improving your authorization service. The other thing is that when the company grows, there's different departments, and they might have different requirements, and you really have to adjust to that. So your permissions start to become much more granular. Maybe you have to have permissions that are not just based on a simple role that, for example, administrator can do X on a file, but you might have restrictions where geolocation comes into place. So administrator that is located in continental US, and suddenly he only works for the engineering department, can only edit a file between 9 and 5 p.m. because that's what maybe the product manager wants, right? So obviously, they become much more complex. Now, the other thing, and I think a very important part, is that if you make a bug, if you have a test that's written wrong, that succeeds, but it shouldn't, it can have devastating effects on your whole application. It can really, really break things, and you can get in a lot of trouble. That's why usually when there is a solution out there that helps you build it, you should use it. All right, so I want to talk you through understanding a very typical use case of what actually permissions look like. So usually most of you might understand permissions when you have to firstly introduce them into the system as administrator and node administrator. The administrator has permissions to do everything, and everyone else just doesn't, or they have very restricted permissions to do so. Then your company grows, your app scales, and suddenly you need to introduce a super admin. Now you have 3 roles, a super admin, an admin, and a viewer. And you elevate those permissions, you write new rules that have to serve, and essentially restrict the access to the app. But then your application grows even more. And what do you do then? Well, then you have a developer at a company that wakes up on Monday morning, and he's just already knows that he has a big week ahead of him. He gets to his job, he opens up his laptop, and he sees a ticket. And it's implement 15 roles, new 15 roles with very granular permissions, and make sure that they're based on many granular attributes, and just add them into the system, test them, and do everything that you're supposed to. Well, you can probably understand that the developer is trying to pull his hair out at this moment. He's like, why have I signed up to this? And then he does it. He writes the test, he creates a PR, he gets a merge conflict, then his CTO shouts at him because he didn't write any tests, so then he has to go back and do everything, and then he publishes it, and something is also wrong, someone gets access to sensitive information, he gets fired, and that's how permissions can end. And we definitely don't want that, so we want to find a better solution to do that. And that's the developer that got the Jira ticket in the morning. All right. So how can we prevent all of this crazy, unfortunate events from happening when it comes to restricting permissions? Well, OPA comes to the rescue. Who knows OPA? Who's worked with OPA? It's an open policy agent. It's a project that was adopted by the CNCF, so the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, as a standard for implementing and writing permissions and writing rules for those permissions. Now, OPA is an all-purpose policy engine, and essentially it allows you to separate your code from the policies and the permissions and the instructions of what users can and cannot do. Now, OPA was battle-tested by a lot of big companies like Goldman Sachs, Pinterest. We have companies like Netflix, which I'm going to touch on in a little bit. And there is this diagram, I'll explain in a second, but why is OPA effective for writing permissions? Well, there is 2 things that OPA does great. Well, first of all, it's very efficient and very performant. So you know that all the updates to those permissions, they'll happen quite quickly. And there is actually 2 other important points here. The first one is that whenever you do push a policy into OPA, it actually gets stored in the cache. So whenever you're checking for that enforcement, you get that reply very quickly, whether someone was allowed or not allowed to do something in the system. Now, the other thing is that OPA offers support for many instances as a sidecar in your architecture. So if you have a lot of requests coming in at the same time and you need to manage them, well, you can deploy OPA several times and know that you're going to get great latency with all those requests. But how does OPA work? So anytime you write an enforcement point within your application, the service sends a query to OPA. The OPA checks against the policy and the data, and then it returns back essentially a decision saying, yes, you are allowed to read this file. Now, what's an issue with OPA? And what's a kind of an obstruction to any developer using it? Well, OPA uses Rego code. Anyone ever heard of Rego code? Used it? Yes, we have a few hands up. Okay, so Rego code is a declarative language. It essentially allows you to write those instructions of what certain roles can do or they cannot do. As you can see, that's an example of what OPA code might look like, Rego code, sorry. It's fairly simple to read. If you read it, you can probably understand what's going on. But the problem is that who wants to write that? Not many people do, and that's something that maybe should be looked upon to improving this open source project. So why is OPA not enough? Well, imagine a case scenario where someone is logging into a system and suddenly that user who had a lot of access to sensitive information gets that information revoked. But that policy is not updated because you have to manually go into OPA and change the policy. So the user who has been revoked still has access to the sensitive data. Well, that's problematic, right? And our case is, for example, if, like Netflix did, they have a subscription service, and once you start and you become a paying customer, your role changes, you're now is paying true. and suddenly you should get instant access to watching your movies, watching your shows. But OPA is not a real-time policy engine. So, well, you don't. You have to have some engineer go up manually and actually change that policy so that user does it. So it's really not efficient at all in general. It's a standard, you should use it, but it's not efficient for running live apps. So I have Netflix here. So there's a few things that Netflix did with their solution. They utilized using OPA, and they developed a solution that was extremely effective. So what did they do? One, they ran multiple OPA instances simultaneously. So, of course, like I mentioned before, OPA allows you to do that. And because they had millions of people actually and millions of traffic coming in, well, they had to make sure that this works quite well and very, very effectively, because they wanted those changes to come quite quickly. Now, the other thing, this is the really, really important part. It's how did they sync this real-time data and the policies into their infrastructure, into their architecture that are written, that every user and everyone is informed of what actually is going on in the system, and who has permissions to do what. So they did two things. They developed an aggregator as part of their architecture. That's what they called it. And the aggregator, that was utilizing OPA, gathered data from different sources. So, for example, different Git repositories, or different data sources like a database, and so on and so forth. And then they created something called the distributor. The distributor was something that synchronized all those instances, so they're all aware of the data and what's going on within them. Now, there's one other really important thing that they did, and that was kind of what made everything work for everyone, is they developed a self-service feature. What does that mean? Well, they created a UI so that any engineer or someone who might not even be technical can go in, can change the policy on their own, and then it will generate Rego code for him. So that was a big win, because you didn't actually waste time on engineers having to learn how to write Rego code. They could just use the UI and it wrote the Rego code for them. So updating policies and making changes was instant. And it was really fast as well. And there is one small problem with what Netflix did, actually. And it made us all feel like this. And it was because they didn't open source their solution. They kept it internally for themselves. So everyone wanting to use OPA and have a real-time driven software, well, they can't. And real-time permissions, not a thing. So what happened then? Well, Opal came to the rescue. Now, Opal is actually an open source project that was written, and it's currently maintained by it was written by actually the owners of my company, and now it's currently maintained by a huge community. Opal is adopted by huge companies like Tesla, Cisco, Palo Alto Networks, many different banks. Currently, even the NBA is using Opal, which is really, really cool. And we're actually getting contributions from people who work at the NBA. And why is Opal great? And I'll show this diagram here, and I'll explain it in a second. But Opal essentially is a layer on top of OPA. And it's an administration layer that provides those real-time updates for you to be able to know if a policy changes and when it changes. Now, part of Opal, you have two different parts of it. You have the Opal server, and you have the Opal client. Now, when data changes, when you're pushing those latest policies of Rego code into Git, Opal tracks those changes. You can actually make Opal server be aware of certain topics, so it doesn't have to track the whole Git, but certain topics within the Git. And when those topics change, when the data, the policy changes, it actually sends live updates via web pub/sub socket connection to the Opal client. Now, the Opal client is something that sits in this sidecar along with OPA. Now, what this Opal client does is it actually fetches all those policy and data updates, and it tells OPA in general that something has changed and that that policy should now be updated. Now, along with OPA, there is this problem, and we had a lot of companies who are, for example, part of healthcare, or they need to have some kind of security and compliance that they need to meet to be able to use Opal. And the main question is, okay, but what about the data that we're transferring? Why is it not secure? Are you exposing it? Well, we're not. So what the Opal server does is it sends instructions of where to fetch the data, not the data itself. And then for Opal, we have many data fetchers that are also written by the community for the community to be able to then manually fetch that data from different sources. So we have a data fetcher for PostgreSQL, we have a data fetcher for Cosmos, and they go on. And we highly encourage further contributions to that as well. So I think kind of here we have to really understand what the moral of the story is. Security is very, very strict, and we need to really realize that once we kind of get ourselves involved into building some kind of authorization solution, it needs to work well. Now, what we have to realize is that when we're building our apps, the project of our life that we really, truly love, do we really want to waste our time on making sure that we create the right homebrew solution for managing access control and maintaining all our users and everything else that can go wrong around it? Well, probably not. It's not really beneficial. So the kind of always tip I give myself and everyone that I kind of tell about Opal and OPA and about just access management in general is that whenever there is a solution out there, and this be it, an open source solution that's free and maintained by other really creative developers, of course, you should use it and you should utilize it. And you should contribute. You should never, of course, feel the pressure to contribute, but it's a satisfaction for all of us who maintain a project that many developers make awesome use of it. So that's one thing. What's the other thing? Well, open source in general is great. Like I've mentioned at the beginning, it really encourages collaboration. I mean, we're even here all today because of open source, and I think that's absolutely great. So the connections we build, the impact we can have on the things that we do is humongous. So I always highly encourage you guys to do something in that regard and to support it. And on that note, I'm going to end my presentation here. Thank you very much. I know I didn't introduce myself at the beginning because I wanted to jump straight into the topic, but like it was mentioned, my name is Philip. I'm a developer advocate at Permit.io. We run a full stack authorization solution there. I'm also a tech YouTuber, and I also love putting creative developers in the spotlight and showing off their talent on my YouTube as well. So you're very welcome to check that out too. And there is any links if you want to find me on social media. If you want to read more about Opal, if you want to join our Slack community, just chat about open source, learn the best practices of authentication and authorization, and more about Permit. Thank you.
Bravo. It's the best moment. I'm pleased and honored to give you this amazing prize.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip.
Thank you very much.
Amazing. Is there any question in the room? Otherwise, I have one. Oh, yeah, there's Francesco.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. How this, there is a red hat guy here, I think, over there. I saw the shirt. How this solution is related, for example, I don't know if you're familiar with Keycloak, for example.
Right.
That is an open source
Right.
access management system.
Right.
So how this is related, for example,
Different.
to Keycloak? Yes, exactly.
Okay, so that's why I said, so there's a really big difference between authentication providers and authorization. Authentication is, such as Keycloak, is a solution that identifies who you are. It proves that you really are who you claim to be. Authorization is after you authenticate, after you prove you are the actual person, what permissions do you have to do? And these are two very separate things. So Keycloak or super tokens or clerk.dev or Auth0, all of those solutions are to identify who you really are, and then all the other permission systems. So the actual enforcement in your application, if someone clicks on a button, can they actually do it? That's authorization, and that's part of the open source that OPA and Opal do, as well as we do at Permit.io.
Thank you. Yeah, and remember, a question means a t-shirt.
Nice. So ask questions.
Oh, I wanted to ask, how does this solution compare to regards to the one that Netflix built internally? I
So,
mean, does it
yeah.
generate the Rego code for you as
Yeah.
the one Netflix?
Right, yeah, great question. So actually Opal was inspired by what Netflix did. So it doesn't necessarily generate the Rego code for you because you have to still write your own Rego code. It just provides that real-time updating to the software. However, now that you mention it, we at Permit, we actually have an abstraction to that, a no-code solution essentially that allows you to tick a few boxes. It's all no-code with very little kind of low-code enforcement that goes onto your application, so you can manage all your permissions there, and that UI actually generates all the Rego code for you too. Okay, thanks. You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Yeah, here, my friend Lorenzo, here. Do you have already the t-shirt? Okay, so you don't need? No? Okay.
Who has the questions?
How hard was it like to get the license for open source project? Do you have like to pass some tests or?
That's a good question. I'm not actually sure. I believe it perhaps was a security questionnaire, or most of the time I think you just sign up to a license and you pick which one when you open the project, and I think that kind of covers most of the instances. I think you have to know the ins and outs of what actually goes into a license and what you're going to be producing to know that it matches, and obviously if there are any criteria outside of that, you should probably reach out to someone who's responsible. I don't know. But I hope that kind of answers the question, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any more?
I think an important thing to mention now really quickly is that I brought some t-shirts, a very limited amount, as much as I could stuff in my luggage. So if any one of you is willing to come up to me, there we go, that's one, come up to me and I'll ask you some questions in front of my camera, then I'll be happy to give you a t-shirt as well.
Thank you so much, Philip.
Thank you.
It's time to go with the next speaker. Lorenzo, please come on stage. It's your turn. Yeah, it's going great, no? No.
Here.
No. Please, please.
Hey everyone.
There you go. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Federico. So let's welcome on stage Federico. If I'm not wrong, it's your first time giving a talk. So a big, like really loud round of applause for him. You know, got it out there. Come on. Come on. So, this guy right here, he is the creator of Espanso.org, a software architect at Anima App. He's a passionate software engineer, specialized in front-end development and system programming, with a master's degree in computer engineering. So how do you feel about the conference?
It's been amazing so far. You did an amazing job. Wonderful people, wonderful place. Great job.
You're wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing. Yes. So the talk is Challenges of Cross-Platform Development in Rust, the Espanso case study. Thank you. All yours.
Thank you so much. Hey everyone. Today, you might have guessed, we're going to talk about the challenges of cross-platform development in Rust. Before we start, very short presentation. I'm Federico, software architect at Anima App, and throughout my career, I worked on multiple cross-platform applications, both professionally and as side projects. And one of them in particular, Espanso, is an open source cross-platform application that inspired this talk. So if you want to know more, I'm on Twitter, YouTube, and you can also visit espanso.org. Building software that runs on multiple platforms is hard. Every platform has its own frameworks, languages, best practices. And so the idea of re-implementing your software every time separately for each platform using the native technologies becomes really expensive, really fast. And so people have been tinkering for decades with the idea of building cross-platform application development frameworks. The idea of building the code once and then see it running across platforms thanks to the framework. Examples of such frameworks are Qt and WX widgets. You might have heard of them. And with them, you can write the application code once in C++ and then see it running across the many platforms they support. But in the past decade, companies wanted more. They wanted to build richer and richer user interfaces with animations, complex components, interactions, and the existing solutions proved to be challenging and limiting. And so, a bit of history. In 2013, some folks at GitHub were working on a text editor known as Atom. You might have heard of it. And they realized there was this key piece of technology that allowed you to create very rich user interfaces from a single code base, and then see them running across all the major platforms. You might have guessed it, I'm talking about the web. With the web, you can build rich UIs using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then see them running across all the major platforms, thanks to web browsers. And so they started from this idea, and they created a framework, Electron. Raise your hand if you ever heard of Electron. So, quite a few of you. For completeness, Electron is a framework that lets you build cross-platform applications using web technologies. And the way it works is basically it bundles a Chromium runtime to render the UI and a Node.js runtime to interact with the system. And yeah, you might have noticed that nowadays, Electron applications are everywhere, right? Most of the cross-platform applications nowadays are built in Electron. And the reason is cost. It's significantly cheaper to build cross-platform applications with Electron than the alternatives. For example, a company might have an existing web application, and with Electron, they can simply package it up as a desktop application that runs on most platforms. Moreover, they don't need to find developers experienced in desktop development. They can use the web developers they probably already have in-house. But despite the many advantages, Electron applications have some severe downsides. Due to the fact that they bundle an entire Chromium runtime, they are very resource intensive. And to be clear, as developers, we are lucky because we run on the latest and greatest machines with fast processors, fast NVMe drives. And on those machines, the performance of Electron applications is decent. But as you move towards the lower-end devices, the performance and user experience really begins to suffer. And so, accepting the fact that probably, as a company, using Electron is likely the cheapest choice, what I would like to discuss with you today is a different perspective. What if cost was not our primary motivation, but rather performance, efficiency, and ultimately the end user experience, even on lower-end devices, was? So today we're going to talk about how to build performant cross-platform applications. And the first decision we need to make is what language to choose. There are so many languages nowadays. And so let's try to filter them out based on our needs. Firstly, we are building a cross-platform application. So we need to filter out all the languages that don't have an amazing cross-platform support. So, sorry, Swift, Objective-C. And then, and this will be controversial, because we are trying to build really performant and efficient applications, I'll need to remove from the list all the languages that are garbage collected. Not because you cannot build performant applications with them, but because they lack the level of control you need to make them really efficient. And these are some of the popular choices you have today if you want to build really performant software. But before going further, I would like to discuss the topic of memory safety. If you're used to working with a high-level language, you might have encountered a situation like this. In this very simple Python example, I do something stupid. I try to write outside of the list bounds. And the Python interpreter is really nice. It tells me exactly what the problem is, list assignment in X out of range, and it tells me exactly the location where I made the mistake. As a developer, that's amazing. I know exactly where to start looking to solve the problem. If I try to do the same in a language like C, you might encounter a segmentation fault. Now raise your hand if you ever experienced a segmentation fault in your life. So a lot of you know the pain, yeah. Segmentation faults for a developer are not only much harder to, well, they are much harder than the exception we saw earlier because they don't give us much information. But they are not the worst that can happen if you use a low-level language. In fact, let's recap, as a reminder, what are segmentation faults. Segmentation faults are raised when your program tries to access a memory region that it wasn't supposed to access. In other words, your program did something really wrong. But what happens if your program does something wrong just a bit? In this other example, I initialize an array with 2 elements, and then a variable. Then in the middle, I do something stupid, again. I try to write outside of the array bounds. Finally, I print the value of the variable. Now, what do you think will happen if I try to execute this program? Will it crash? Will it print 5? Will it print 1? Well, the answer is that it depends. It depends on the compiler, on the operating system, on the compilation flags. We enter the land of undefined behavior, and that's a terrible place to be. It means hard to reproduce bugs, non-deterministic behaviors. We really don't want that. And so, getting back to our list, the only low-level language that is capable of preventing those bugs is Rust, thanks to its powerful memory model based on ownership. And so we go with Rust. To recap, why Rust? Great performance and efficiency, cross-platform support, memory safe, and we are going to get back to this in a second. It has an amazing foreign function interface support, which is a language interoperability feature. So now that we decided the language, we are ready to discuss the architecture of a cross-platform application. But first, let's briefly cover the difference between a web application and a native application. So web applications, by definition, run inside a sandbox, the browser. And that sandbox exposes a number of APIs that the application can use. And nowadays, I'm sure you know, web APIs can do crazy things. You can access MIDI devices. You can communicate with Bluetooth devices, crazy things. But you're still heavily constrained in the things you can do in a web application. You cannot do arbitrary network requests. You cannot access the full file system. On the other hand, native applications have pretty much full access to the system. You can access the full file system, arbitrary network requests, you can access the hardware. What I want to emphasize is that a key feature of native application is the need to access the system. And with this in mind, a typical architecture might look something like this. Very simple. We have a high-level business logic module. It controls the main functionality and behavior of your app. And then we have a low-level module which exposes some abstraction over the native functionality you want to do. And then we have the operating system. And the low-level module communicates with the operating system thanks to system calls and native APIs. The thing is, the lower level the operation you're trying to perform, the more platform-specific the API will be. For example, getting the list of running processes on Linux requires different APIs than on Windows and then on macOS. And so a typical cross-platform application might look more like this. We still have a high-level business logic module, still a low-level module that provides an abstraction over the native functionality, but then for each platform, we need to implement the specific functionality we want. And Rust is an amazing choice to implement such an architecture because we can use it for the high-level business logic modules, and then we can also interface it with the native APIs. On top of that, one thing to keep in mind is that each platform generally has a preferred language to do the low-level operations. On macOS, it's usually Objective-C. On Windows, it's C++. And so one thing you can do is to implement the native functionality in the best language for the platform, and then link it to the Rust module thanks to its foreign function interface support, which is, again, language interoperability feature. Okay, let's say that the functionality of our app is now ready. We need a way to present it to our users, to make it usable. And in Rust, there are a lot of libraries you can use nowadays, but really few are production ready. So let's try to discuss some of the viable approaches you might have today. If performance and efficiency and also system integration are your utmost priorities, you can go with the approach I call the shared library with native UIs. In a nutshell, you implement all the functionality you need for your app in Rust, and then you expose it as a shared module. Then, for each platform, you're going to implement a UI using the platform-specific APIs. The UI will then rely on the shared library to provide the functionality. And all of this is possible because in Rust, one thing you can do is package the code as a shared library that exposes a C API. Now, a C API is the golden standard of language interoperability. Pretty much every modern language can talk to a C API. And we're going to get back to this in a second. So to recap, why this approach has great system integration, great performance. I mean, you know how good native macOS utilities feel like, right? And with this approach, you get the same UX because you're using the same UI technologies. The downside, of course, is that it's quite expensive to maintain because you need to create and maintain multiple UI projects. And so a cheaper alternative might be to rely on a cross-platform framework to implement the UI, like Qt or WX widgets, and then use the same shared library approach. It's cheaper because you only have one project, but you get a worse system integration. We previously talked about the C API and how easy it is to use with Rust. So for context, just to show you how it's possible. So let's say that all the functionality of your app is in this Rust function, right? And we want to expose it. So how can you do it? You add some configuration to your Rust cargo toml, which is like the package.json of Rust. And then you add some keyword to the Rust function to basically tell the compiler to export it as a C API. And that's it. You compile it, and you get a library that you can then link and use from whatever language you want. And that's really powerful and makes Rust such an amazing choice to implement shared functionality between platforms. For completeness, there's also another framework that is getting very popular in the Rust space called Tauri. And the idea behind Tauri is very similar to Electron. You can build the application UIs using web technologies, but with one key difference compared to Electron. Instead of bundling the Chromium runtime within each application, which is typically heavy, Tauri applications rely on the system UI. So for example, Tauri applications on macOS will use WebKit to render the UI, the same web view powering Safari, and the same goes for Windows. In terms of advantages, you get huge storage saving, and it's still pretty effective in building rich UIs. But there's one downside, which is very significant. In Electron, one of the big simplifications you have is that you need to make sure that your front-end works correctly on a single version of Chromium. That's it. Because that's the only thing that will ever render your UI. That's a huge simplification. With Tauri, you don't have this advantage. And so you need to make sure that your application works correctly on multiple browsers. And yes, including Safari, which I'm sure many web developers here know how painful it can be sometimes. So my suggestion here is, if you want to use Tauri, try to decouple your UI as much as possible from the Tauri APIs, so that later, if you see that the maintenance burden is too high, you can always switch to Electron later, and you won't lose most of your work. Packaging and distribution. We don't have much time, and these are some of the most complex topics in cross-platform applications. I like to think of packaging and distribution as the process of getting your software to work on our users' machines, starting from the source code. And there are so many challenges in this area. So let's try to focus on the interesting bits. Let's say we start with a simple Hello World Rust program, and we build it with Cargo. This produces a binary, this test Rust binary, okay? And if I try to execute it on my machine, it shows Hello World. So we made it work on our machine, but what we really care about is making it work on our users' machines, right? And so my question for you is, if I send them this binary file, will they be able to run it on their machines as is? In other words, if I place this binary file and I place it on their machines, will it run correctly? The answer, unfortunately, is a lot more complex. Firstly, one thing to keep in mind is that binaries are a collection of machine instructions. And each CPU architecture have a different set of instructions. So the basics is that if you want to support multiple architectures, you will need to ship multiple binaries for each architecture you're planning to support. But now we get into the really tricky territory. Let's say I compile the same Hello World program on a Ubuntu machine, okay? And as you can see, it prints Hello World correctly. But what if we copy that binary on a machine running Alpine Linux? I know, Alpine Linux is quite bad, but if I try to execute it, the shell tells me not found. And yet, the binary is there, and it's set as executable. What's happening? Well, it turns out that programs, even to execute the basic operations, require libraries. And in the context of native binaries, libraries can be used in two different ways, with dynamic linking and static linking. We don't have time to go into details, but in a nutshell, dynamic linking means instead of bundling the library code within the binary, we just add a reference to it. Then, when we execute the program, the operating system tries to load the library into memory and binds it to the binary. So the important bit is that the library code resides outside of the binary. With static linking, on the other hand, the library code is bundled within the binary itself. So the binary doesn't have an external dependency. And on Linux, there's this very handy tool called LDD. If you point it to a binary, it shows you the list of shared libraries this binary depends on. And if we point it to our Hello World Rust program, we discover two things. Firstly, that it depends on quite a few shared libraries, and so it uses dynamic linking, as we discussed. And most importantly, that those shared libraries are not there on Alpine. And so how do we solve this problem? We have multiple approaches. For example, we could try to find a way to bring those shared libraries into the Alpine machine. Or we could try with static linking, which means, reminder, to take the library code and bundle it within the binary itself. And so in Rust, if you're targeting Linux, you can do that by adding this configuration flag, which it's pronounced muscle. I know it's funny. And then, yay, it works on Alpine. So keep in mind that static linking is not always possible or easy, but at least now you know that it's a possibility, and you can read more if you're interested. Okay, we are officially out of time, so we covered just the tip of the iceberg. These are some of the topics you might be interested in reading if you like this space. And with that being said, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Federico. I'm sorry I was like laying, those 1 minute, 2 minutes and things like that for you. So please, on behalf of the community, accept this trophy and
Thank
gift.
you so much.
It was a pleasure having you here. Do you guys really believe it was his first time? Like, really? First time?
It was.
Definitely not the first time. But great guy. Round of applause for him. Great guy. Thank you for being here with us. So, let's collect questions. Lots of questions. Okay, this way. By the way, if you tag a picture or some kind of writing on LinkedIn with the hashtag OSDay2023, you're getting a t-shirt, or well, you might get a t-shirt. So go to LinkedIn, write stuff. Question.
Hi, thank you for the talk. Just a question, like you presented different architectures for the UIs.
Yes.
But I didn't get what you prefer. So I think you're not that excited by Tauri, but maybe there's something else.
No, that's a great question. It's the same as what language do you prefer? I see all these approaches as tools, and you should always choose the best tool for the job. What I can say is that my next application will use Tauri, but I'm not biased. I tried the other approach. I got burned once, and that's enough.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? I saw one. Go.
Hi.
Hi.
What do you think about WebAssembly? Like, can it be a choice on the talk you did?
So the main advantage of WebAssembly is that it provides this unified memory instruction set that we can run on so many different platforms, right? And in this particular context, there's not much point in using WebAssembly because with native and cross-platform applications, you can access the actual machine instructions. One place where WebAssembly could be very helpful is if you have some logic and you want your app to run both as a desktop app and as a web app. That could work. Or I also seen it for people wanted to create plugins in Rust, because, for example, creating a plugin in Rust would make it much harder without WebAssembly to run, because you will need to create multiple binaries for the architectures. Hope that answered your question, but if you have other questions, for all of you, you can find me on Twitter, and I'll be happy to answer and have a conversation about everything.
Thank you, Federico. Any other questions? Anywhere? I have a T-shirt, so, you know, let's drop it somewhere. Great. It's free stuff. Okay, thank you very much, Federico.
Thank you
It was
so
a
much.
pleasure.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you. You beautiful human beings. It's been a few hours now, and I hope you had a great time this morning. We're gonna check back here in 1 hour and 40 minutes, if I'm right, at 2 p.m. and 10 minutes. So we're gonna have lunch. You can have lunch outside of this venue. There are a lot of restaurants or easygoing places that you can check out. As long as you come back at 2 p.m., pretty much, you're free to go. Please do know that at 1:40 p.m., there's gonna be an open debate in which you can participate kind of as a round table to talk open source democratization. You know, politics, but it's kind of nice, so join us. 10 minutes prior to the beginning, re-beginning of the conference to discuss the topics, questions that comes off as Open Source Debate 2023. Now, what do I mean by this little explanation? Me and the other friends from Schrödinger hat, please a little bit of quietness. Thank you. We were at FOSDEM in Brussels together, and one of the rooms that we participated in was actually about licensing, politics, European laws, about open source. And it was incredible. 1 hour of people kind of getting through it to the bone of the topic and kind of making sure that their voices were heard, well, not by the European Parliament, but by people that would then talk inside the European Parliament about open source. So that was great. And so we thought, why don't we bring this same discussion and open source it to the public at Open Source Day 2023? So I would like for you to kind of read quickly through the questions, topics that are on the screen. And in 1 minute, if you feel like talking about it, it's going to be 10 minutes of open debate. So, you know, you have an idea, you want to discuss it, you want to put it out there. Strong opinion, sure, just put it out there. So yeah, please, do read, do discuss. Take 1 minute to read. There's gonna be t-shirts, of course. I'm the t-shirt guy. So I will start, and then, you know, if you already have something, raise your hand. I'm looking at you all, every one of you. There you go. I don't even need to start. Come over here. Come on. Yeah, everyone needs to see you. Yeah, of course. Shy is good. Come on, let's talk together. Please.
The first point, open source software impact of democratization and reducing the digital divide. I think that the real thing that started the democratization of the digital divide is the internet. Is the method to communicate with people on long distances. The open source is just the result of this change, of this magic. The internet is the first thing that we needed to start this revolution. The open source is just the result. It's just a human result of this change.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Please. If you want to come on stage. Okay.
Hi, my name is Aru. I want to address probably the first and the third point a bit more explicitly. I know these topics can take hours upon debate without resolution, but one of the disheartening things about the internet more generally, and even open source, is that in theory, it's supposed to be leveling the playing field and democratizing. In practice, it leads to concentration of power, and network effects also naturally gravitate towards that, especially if big companies build successful businesses, which they have every right to, on open source technologies. Eventually, you end up with a snowball effect of winner take most in most markets. I wish that there was a solution to this, but at least so far, I have not found one. I have not seen others find one either. So my biggest concern, even with something like AI, that's even worse. I'm a data scientist myself, that how do we create technologies that increasingly do not result in more and more concentration? And that has been the most sad part about internet for me. It's so much fun, but it just leads to more concentration than it does in oil and gas, retail. I mean, we complain about those industries. Those are much more competitive than the internet economies are.
Thank you. That's a great point. Round of applause for him. Great speech, by the way. So, thank you very much.
On that positive note.
Yeah. So anyone wants to add up to this? That was a great point. See, no hands. Yeah, there you go. Come over here. There you go.
Thank you. I would add, I don't know, it's not a solution, of course. I think it's not the object, the solution is the meaning of it, is the thought. So you could like use nuclear power to, of course, give electricity to everyone. You could also use a nuclear reaction to destroy the whole world. So it's not really about the object you're using, but the meaning behind. So it's not something you can regulate. It's a philosophical questions, I would say. So open source is really a good object to have like less decentralization in theory, of course. But as you said, it's not like this now because Google is leveraging open source to have more money and so on and so forth. So it's not, I am not responding to this. I'm just saying you would have to make a step back and say, okay, what is the meaning of the thing you do? You have to achieve a meaning, so you have to set a goal. So, I don't know, global warming could be one. And then proceed to achieve your goal, and that's all the thing you can do. With anything you can have. Open source, closed source, doesn't matter, is the goal you have, the thing you go.
That's a great point. Round of applause for him as well. Thank you. Yes, definitely. Anyone wants to respond to this or kind of add up to the topic? I don't see any hands. Do I? No? Okay. We'll take, oh yeah, there it is. Come over here. Welcome.
Thank you. There you go. Okay. So I was thinking about the second point of this slide, and some times ago, like 1 month ago, something happened in the open source community. I don't know if you recall Core.js library and everything that led. I was just thinking that maybe you can help in that regard, like founding open source library, because most of the time there is one dude that is doing most of the jobs for a company to use and never credit them. So that's, in my opinion, a valid point to address in this situation.
Thank you. A round of applause. And he's right. I don't know if you've seen the meme with that person living in Nebraska kind of holding the entire system of the internet together from XKCD, was it, right? And so if you haven't, just check it out because it's insane. There's like this little piece of wood that's holding the entire infrastructure of the internet world together, and it's one person in Nebraska, kind of, and the rest is kind of working towards it. So, yes, I would argue that we're definitely kind of around schedule. So I will just finish this philosophically. Allow me that. I think we're kind of, all of us, really, at any point in time during our career, and the career we chose for ourselves, be it design, product, programming, whatever that is, we are built up on open source, somehow, some way. So I don't think we have to say thank you every time we use some library or whatever, a free picture with Creative Commons on it, whatever, right? But to acknowledge that we owe so much to people with the will to kind of making things happen and just putting it out there in the world for us to use, that's insane. If you think about it, you're kind of letting go of something that you mentally own at some point for people to use freely. And if this wasn't true, we wouldn't be here. The internet wouldn't be here. Lots of things wouldn't be here. So I would argue that without saying any people's name, without concentrating too much about what library, what programming language, whatever, let's just make a big thank you and round of applause to whoever is building our world right now. Can we? Let's go for it. So with this said, I would argue that my friend Matthew Ranieri can continue the conversation. Thank you very much.
Amazing.
Thank you, guys.
Amazing, Lorenzo. Really, really, really. How are you? But, before starting, I need to say something to the web. I have to watch there. Okay. YouTube friends, this is your moment. If you want to gain something from your answer, you are not saying something in the chat, but if you want to win something, we can give you, YouTube friends, a JetBrains license for free. So, for the people who are in the room, if you want to win the t-shirt, you can ask the question. Or you can type in YouTube if you want. And for people from YouTube, you can type your question and you will win a JetBrains license. Say that. Okay. I need to. Okay. Saying that. Okay. How was the lunch? How was the lunch? Everything good? Are you enjoying the city? Who is the first time here in Florence?
Has anyone had lampredotto for lunch today? Damn it, you
Goodbye, my
people
friend.
are insane.
Goodbye.
Come on.
So the first time, the second time, the third time. Who is annoying from this game? Okay. Are we ready? Yeah. Okay. So, musica maestro. Don't know if everyone is going to understand this joke. This is a song from 1981. The author was Falco. And the next couple of speakers I'm going to talk about Falco. But bad joke. Bad joke. Okay. 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 That's fine. That's fine. So the next couple of speakers will be Jason of the Light and Michele Zuccalà. Sorry for Michele. It always happens that we have problem with the slides. Yeah, it's not a problem. Who knew the song? The previous song, Falco, the Commissar? No one? I'm the only one in the room. I was really excited to do this joke. I was. Okay, it's my last speech on this stage, I think, for the entire day. Okay, we are ready. So, I leave you the stage, Jason and Michele.
Thank you.
Have a nice talk, and let's kick off this afternoon session.
Thank you.
So, today we're going to talk about Falco. Yeah, I will explain what Falco is in a few seconds. Before everything else, here with me there's Jason. Both of us are Falco core maintainer and contributors. We basically spend our whole day working on Falco. And so, I mean, hope you all have like a lot of questions for us at the end of the talk. So, what is Falco? Falco in 4 words is cloud native runtime security, and today we'll probably focus most on the last 2 words of the sentence. So, as a matter of fact, if you think about the previous generation of IT before cloud native environment, the most well-known concept about like how to create an IT ecosystem, there was like the data center concept, you know? So, and data center were like kind of like castles, in the sense that the way to defend them was building big, thick walls and make a very small entrance and basically spend all the rest of your time defending that entrance. Of course, the analogy here is with firewalls, IPS, IDS, and that kind of stuff. Well, the point is actually, the reason why I told you it was like the previous generation, because now we are dealing with another generation of IT, which is something more similar to an amusement park. So basically, while previously you wanted to defend your premises as most successfully as possible, today you actually want people to come in. So your IT world now resembles more of a very diffused area, multiple entrances. You don't want to prevent people from entering anymore. Actually, you want people to come in. And you want to welcome them, and you want to let them use your playgrounds, your applications, but still you want to keep your environment safe. So basically, this is the modern cloud environment. You have users, you have multiple touch points. They usually come from web channels. They interact with multiple properties, exactly like an amusement park. And then you have your staff members attending the amusement park as well and operating it. And all this, distributed group of people, you want to keep them safe. So so how do you protect them now? You cannot build walls anymore. You don't want to build walls anymore. You have multiple entrances. The paradigm that we were seeing with the castle doesn't work anymore, actually. So basically, here enters Falco. Today, instead of walls, you want security cameras. So basically, in your amusement park, you try to put the highest number of security cameras in every single angle, have them reporting every security incident or malicious situation or something that triggers a suspicion in real time, and have a centralized point of observation when you can detect anomalies going on. Basically, this is exactly what Falco does. So Falco is a CNCF project. It's the de facto standard in runtime security, which is exactly the term that we use to identify that kind of behavior where you observe and react to malicious threats in real time. So Falco actually was created by Sysdig, the company both of us work for, in 2016. Was donated to the CNCF as a sandbox project in 2018 and reached the incubation stage in 2020. As we speak right now, we are undergoing the due diligence for graduation stage. So hopefully, in a matter of few weeks, we will be able to celebrate something very big for Falco. Thank you. So talking about adoption and usage, this is actually kind of tricky because as a matter of fact, we are running a security tool, so we don't want to build any telemetry into it. So measuring how many users actually run Falco on their own premises is kind of tricky. We do have some proxies on metrics like Docker image downloads, pre-built driver downloads, and a few other metrics that we tend to correlate to understand what's at least the order of magnitude of adoption for Falco. And the last numbers we ran was basically like around 100 million installation of Falco. So it's a pretty big thing that's happening in the Falco community. And as a matter of fact, if someone of you had the opportunity to study for the CKS certification, so the Security for Kubernetes certification, Falco is actually the tool that is presented you. What more? We are growing the Falco ecosystem under 2 points of view. There are end users or adopters, and there are builders. And the reason why it makes a lot of sense into the Falco ecosystem will be clear, hopefully, in a couple of minutes. There are both very big players, even in the community as like end users, either as contributors and as builders. So people that build their own project or products based on top of we provide them with as libraries, open source libraries. Falco basically works in some sort of this way. So the main use case that we have for Falco is that we hook into the kernel in some sort of way. We have like two major ways of instrumenting a machine's kernel. We take the data out of the kernel, we bring it to user space, we feed the data into the main Falco application, which is basically a real-time rule engine that evaluates every single event against one or more rule sets and eventually triggers a reaction when something hits against a rule. Today we're going to focus on the first three things, and if we rotate them by 90 degrees and zoom in a little bit, it seems something like this. So basically what happens is that below the line there's kernel space in which we inject either a kernel module or an eBPF program into very specific kernel trace points. We start collecting events. Everything that happens in the kernel basically gets collected by our kernel instrumentation. We bring this huge amount of data. The order of magnitude we are talking about is like from millions to tens of millions of events per second in an averagely loaded machine. We bring this huge amount of data into user space when we see our first interactor is libscap. So we do some collection and aggregation, we decorate with some state in the machine, and then we push everything for Falco to evaluate against the rules. So if we look at a very easy example, I'm sorry for the color, actually suboptimal. So let's pretend you have a C program that actually wants to write the string hello into a specific file handler. What happens behind the curtains in your system is that your C compiler calls the kernel saying, hey, I want to write something, some buffer, into a file descriptor. So basically the kernel does a translation between what you asked it to do and the internal logic of calling his own internals, and actually calls a syscall that is called syswrite. And as soon as this happens, that syscall gets fed into Falco, gets decorated, and gets processed against our rule set. So for example, if you had a syscall that, if you had a rule that doesn't allow you to write that specific file, in this case you would get alerted. And this, is, of course, extends to all the operation that the kernel does, which is like file system, networking, computation, or whatever, basically. The reason why I was mentioning there's a lot of people that actually doesn't use Falco as an end product, but wants to build on top of Falco is that we, not only we provide the open source community with the Falco binary and all this ecosystem of things that I just mentioned, but we especially separated the two main libraries that Falco is built upon, and we provide them as a kind of separate project. Basically, so this enables people to build their own observability solution or their own runtime security solution based on top of the black magic that happens in the kernel that is like enabled by these two libraries here. So the reason why we wanted to talk to you, I'm sorry. Before coming to that, this is an example of the grammar that you use to express the concept of runtime rule into your Falco ecosystem. So basically, it's a YAML, piece of YAML file with we try to call it like easy grammar. So basically, here I'm saying, hey, whenever there's a spawn process which is into a container and the binary that gets called is one of the shell processes, I want to get alerted with this kind of output. So this is the message that I want to get, some variables and this kind of stuff, and the priority of the wording. So as a matter of fact, what Falco does is gets the syscall from the kernel, matches against this grammar, and if the thing effectively hits against the rule, there's an alert that gets triggered. Then you can collect the syscall, the alert, and either store into your log system, react in whatever fashion you want to, and that kind of stuff. So actually, the reason why we're here to talk to you about Falco is mostly because there was some major improvement in the Falco architecture in the last months, in which not only we are now able to hook into the kernel, but basically we created what we call the plugin system for Falco. So basically everything, as Jason will talk to you about, can become a stream of events for Falco. So basically we are abstracting away the logic of rule matching and triggering alerts from kernel events to basically everything. Up to you, Jason.
So the idea behind the plugin system is we do have a pretty cool runtime security engine that works well for security, and it's pretty performant because it has to sustain tens of millions of events per second, right? So why not taking the good parts and using that for other use cases as well? So in general, the idea here is to create a little framework for people to create extension of the tool and adapt it to like other use cases than the ones we showed before. So recalling, for example, the architecture that Michele showed, this is how it changes. So basically a plugin for Falco is actually a Falco library plugin, and there are many good reasons to do this, mostly because much of the intellectual property and technology are developed in there, especially the capture library is the one that is responsible for creating and collecting the data stream. So the first thing that plugins can do is actually creating new sources of data, not just system events from the Linux kernel. And the second thing that the other piece of the library, the inspection one, does is extracting meaningful data from those events and enriching that with other information as well. So that then Falco can write the rules with the expressive language and the easy language that you saw before. Plus, many users of the tool do not use Falco, but just the library. So like big players like Red Hat or IBM, they created whole products based on this, and they can leverage the plugin system as well. So again, this allows you to customize the Falco behavior at runtime dynamically, so you can just download the tool plus the plugins and configure them as you prefer and have it running. Since we launched the feature, the use cases of Falco dramatically increased effectively, and the good thing is also that you can develop this stuff in any language you prefer, as long as like it supports a C binding, which most languages do. Now, like how many of you develop in C++ usually? Raise your hand right now. So either most of you are shy or like nobody really likes the language. We are paid to do that full time. So we really know the struggle. And one of the first things that we supported is actually Go, which is much more appreciated lately for some reason. And these are some examples of the first integration that we created. So take, for example, Kubernetes audit logs. So we can connect Falco to a Kubernetes API server, collect all the audit events created when something changes in the cluster, and then we can write runtime security rules on top of that, so that you can be secure on both ways, both on the node and having also knowledge of the whole cluster, all in the same tool. Other notorious ones are, for example, the EKS integration, which is basically still like the Kubernetes one, but with a special attention for the offerings from Amazon. Talking about Amazon, one of the biggest one is AWS CloudTrail. So every time something changes or someone does something in your infrastructure in AWS, Falco is able to collect that event and write security rules on top of that. There are others. This is just some of the officials that we support. A funny one is actually Okta, because take, for example, the Uber breach that happened in fall 2022. Now, this will have not prevented that, but people will have been able to actually be noticed about something that was about to happen much faster than actually what the story told us. So at the end of the day, Falco is runtime security. If you add the cherry on the cake of plugins, you can actually use that not just for the system kind of events, but basically everything you prefer. Now, why such a big deal for the specific use case of cloud events, right? Nobody really, I mean, you may think, why just cloud services, cloud platforms? And the main reason why is that it is sort of much more convenient than the alternative in most cases. Because, for example, what happens in those environments is that they're just too dynamic. So a lot of stuff happens, and usually what a service does is just creating a security event, an audit event, allows you to hook it up in a pipeline so that you can store it, and then do like sophisticated analysis later in case of incident or like periodically. But there are 2 points here. One is that in case of incident, your response is delayed. It takes time for you to actually do the analysis and in non-predictable times maybe. Plus, you have to pay the cost of that storage. And sometimes when you have like a big infrastructure, a lot of services running, this is actually a good piece of the bill, basically. So take, for example, the AWS CloudTrail use case that I showed before, this is how you can imagine it to work, basically. So let's say that there is like a very bad hacker that wants to do something bad in your infrastructure, and they're able to, right? We are not able to block him for some reason. So if you enable CloudTrail in your AWS infra, that will generate an audit event. And the thing you can do with that event is, like before, store that, and eventually do some inspection, pay someone or a team to do that, and eventually discover if something went bad, what went bad. And you can still do that. Like that, I mean, we don't substitute that use case. But at the same time, now you also have the cheaper option, all open source, all for free, to just pipe that into CloudTrail, connect that to Falco, and have that sort of detection at runtime, in real time, in a matter of seconds, when the event is happening. You can just write a rule like the one that Michele showed before. The language is always the same. Now, that is a pretty oversimplification of how a rule like that works. That's pretty naive, but it's there just for the concept. So that's way cheaper because it doesn't require a long retention of logs, and it gives you like immediate response. So how can you get involved? How can you help? This is an open source project, so like there is a role for you all as well. We have documentation both for the high-level stuff and the technical details as well. We do provide out-of-the-box SDK that you can play with for, so far, just for Go, production ready. We are also have something in the working for C++, and there are initiatives to do that for other languages as well. There's one guy working on a C# one for unknown reasons, which we lost track of, but it is happening, definitely. If there are any Rust enthusiasts, you're welcome to actually start and help us in this. What we also have is like an official registry, which is like a big container of metadata for the plugins, either the ones maintained by us in the community and the private ones for the users, which basically allow us to coordinate on the technical details. Now, we miss still something in the whole picture, which is, what do you do with Falco alerts when you receive like a security event? Okay, the output framework is pretty elastic, but there has to be a destination, right? And we provide that for sure. Meet Sidekick. There's a gopher in there because it was developed in Go. I'm no author of the icon, so I cannot say, but basically it is a tool that allows you to integrate with many other services. Good examples are chat systems, logs, queue systems, or serverless operations, if you prefer. So Sidekick basically collects the alerts from many of your Falcos. So basically, if you have one per node in your cluster, there's usually just one Sidekick for those. And then it pushes that information in a fan-out way to all the outputs that you want. You can do smart stuff as well, like routing, depending on the priority, collect metrics, data, and then use that to do like extra reasoning. A pretty good thing to mention is like if you are into serverless stuff, you can create an end-to-end, event-driven workflow for security, all for free, basically, because Falco can do the detection. Sidekick can collect all your Falcos in your fleet, and then push that information and messages to, I don't know, AWS Lambda or something, so that when you have a security event, you can also react. And if you take an example like the AWS infrastructure from before, everything can happen in your infrastructure without your data ever leaving, in this case. So it's a pretty convenient thing to do. Last but not least, we are a pretty open community. People are friendly, I can assure you. You can find us, of course, on GitHub. But we also discuss plenty of stuff in Slack. There are news feeds, especially on Twitter and on the mailing list. We meet every week on Wednesdays, so feel free to actually reach out and say hi if you want. And this is an open source conference, so if you're looking for opportunities to actually write some code and create a pull request, like this is a pretty good place. There's space for both system programmers and also like people more liking cloud stuff, let's say. And this is it. Hopefully there are any questions. Please don't be shy.
Thank you, guys. So big round of applause for them. Thank you for joining us here, guys.
We forgot about a major point. If for any one of you attending KubeCon Europe, we will be there. So please pass by. We can grab coffee together if you want.
Great. So allow me and the team of Schrodinger's Head and all the volunteers to kind of give you this prize trophy about Schrodinger's Open Source Day. It's 3D printed with sustainable materials. That's very important.
Thank you so much.
And please take care of this. They're important prizes.
I will,
right?
promise.
So it took like 15 hours for each like 1 month ago we started building
Deliver.
no, to actually build it. Like, it was insane. So, any questions from the crowd? I've seen one over there.
Yeah, so thank you. Pronto?
So, okay. Thank you. Falco looks like a great product, so I wish you all the best of luck. And I want to ask, what kind of plugins do you expect the users to write? What is like use case for plugins?
New ones, you mean?
Yes.
The biggest demand that we have is other cloud providers. So like I showed you, the one from Amazon, there's people demanding for GCP and Azure as well, of course, and the built-in integration for Kubernetes data as well for the managed offerings, let's say. There's some people working on it, but it's not structured. So again, an opportunity here.
Okay, but so at the moment there is only Go SDKs?
There is the Go
so in
SDK.
C++?
If you want to, I mean, the C++ SDK, it is working, but the reason why I'm not advertising that as production ready is that we're still trying to improve it. But
I think that's an opportunity right there.
Yeah, that's an
right?
opportunity. It's not that hard, by the way. It's like 20 C symbols. The biggest concern is performance. So there's plenty of black magic happening down there. But we can start for something simple if you want like another language to, to work with.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions in the room? Let me see, I'm scouting the room. Yeah, we have one, Nicola. Right there.
Hi, Francesco. Good presentation, nice product. It seems to me that this is an example of mature product and great product, that it's amazing. And open source, you quoted many times that is part of the CNCF, also graduation, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but I assume you are employees, for example, SysDic,
Yeah.
okay? So you, of course, you have a salary. Of course, everything is for free. So how this mature project guarantee the sustainability? So what's the business model apart from the free and open source offering?
Can I get like a couple more hours?
Okay.
Yes,
If it's too
yes,
long, we can take it offline.
you can.
No, so it's very simple actually. So first of all, our greatest effort in the last couple of years has been to detach FICO from being like maintained just by SysDic. So we invested a lot on maintainer diversity. There's actually like a very diverse set of maintainers contributing to FICO every single day. And you were talking about the business model. So I think the translation of that was like, why SysDic is putting money into that, or something similar. So the take is actually SysDic provides a commercial SaaS offering that is based on top of FICO. So FICO is one of the major building blocks of the commercial solution. So while we do believe there is, so SysDic actually has a pretty consistent open source posture, and FICO is one of the biggest differentiator we have compared to the competition. And while we try to keep that separate in business operations, so open source is a totally different organizational structure and that kind of stuff to guarantee, independence. There is commercial interest by SysDic in building the main product that we sell actually, which is, again, FICO is the main building block for that. Does it answer your question? Okay.
If I can jump in, like for other companies to jump in and contribute to the project without, you have to create a business interest, I think. So many of the biggest players that we have among our contributors are people that actually love the technical value of the project, starting using that and probably realize that it's more expensive to recreate that from scratch instead of like helping us improving it. And that has been paying the dividends over at least the past year. I'm in the community since 1.5 years. So since then I saw like a big jump in people jumping in, even opening just one PR or helping like with the documentation. But there's plenty of vibe right now. So there is interest, not just from us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. We have another question. Great.
Thank you. Great product. Before I will check the documentation, and I'm sure I do. Have you think about any integration with that artificial intelligence? Because when you're talking about runtime, it's good to have some kind of intelligence behind the scenes.
There is a girl from Apple, which became maintainer recently, which is like a big security enthusiast, and that's one of the topics that she brought to me in a call, for example. The biggest opinion that we have is the more you put in the tool, in the middle layer or even collection from the system, the worse it is, because the more work you have to do, the slower the tool gets, and you'll basically lose the visibility. So what actually can happen is that you create alerts, maybe a little bit more noisy, let's say, and then collect all the data in a different place, and then doing analysis. And there are people, I think, creating automated system out of this. We're not that people in open source. I mean, but I heard about this a couple of times. So at the end of the day, it's an event-driven model, and you have plenty of data to work with. So if you're into AI, that's the kind of deal you want to play with.
So as a matter of fact, what happens, sorry, it usually with the FICO pattern, you do these kind of things downstream, the pipeline. We try to be as much atomic as possible to guarantee performance and consistency of the data that we extract. So the people around the community that do this kind of stuff, they do that like as a output channel from the sidekick implementation that Jason showed before. But yeah, there's a lot of interest in that as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. More questions? Great. So we're on schedule, so that was great. Thank you very much, guys. Big round of applause for them. Thank you a lot. So there's kind of a spoiler alert right behind me, but let's play it dumb, right? So this person, he's been mentor to kind of quite a few people in the field. His software is downloaded, I think, like about 12 to 15 billion times a month. Every time you kind of take a, I don't know, a Docker image with Node Alpine on it, probably you're running stuff that he wrote. Every time you kind of get an instance up on whatever cloud provider you decide, it's probably stuff that he did. So who might that be? I mean, just let's not watch that. Who's that? Do you know that? Have you used any software built by this person? How many of you are using the real Fastify, the one that we were talking about this morning? The one with the Y or the one with the I? Which one is it? The one with the I, right. Yeah, of course. I mean, someone needs to get things done, right? So, let me welcome on stage the great Matteo Collina, CTO of Platformatic and Node TSC member. Thank you very much. Thank you, Matteo.
I am so happy to be here in Florence. Thank you for having me. And let's see if the setup all works. You know, the magic. It's should be good, and everything will be fine. What can go wrong? Let's be. Here we go. And here it is. So hopefully it's appeared. Okay. Hi, folks. Thank you for being with me and listening to my ramblings. So if you haven't followed me on Twitter, please do. Okay, you know, just so that I need to gather some followers. So what do I do? I'm now the co-founder and CTO of a startup called Platformatic. Check us out, platformatic.dev. You will see the logo, so hopefully we'll get into all the recordings. And I'm still part of the Node.js Technical Steering Committee. So you're probably using Node, right? Yeah, okay, perfect. So my software is installed on your computer, okay. You know, a part of my role, and I got into security, I'm talking about security, I'm not talking too much about Platformatic today. And I got into security because I started triaging vulnerabilities for Node.js. Basically, there was nobody else doing triaging at that point in time, so I was just doing triaging for Node. And I did a lot of also fixes for that stuff and so on. And I classify myself as a software architect, possibly. So anyway, it's 7 billion per year, by the way, the number of downloads, okay? So it's, by the way, right now you will see somebody walking around for collecting some donations for the support for the 17 billion downloads. It's more or less 73 million a day, something like that. Okay, I'm not getting any money for all of this, so I'm sorry. What do I do? Okay, and generically, how do you reconcile the work of open source as a professional open source developer, or even an open source company like Platformatic is, as how do you reconcile the fact that you want to promote the community and maintain a vibrant ecosystem with, in fact, companies making money out of the software that we release in the open? Okay, this is a fundamental tension between the two for all of us that work in open source. You have on one side, companies doing stuff, okay, and they need developers that the salary that they make is tied to the fact that these technologies that you ship every week, every month is available, okay? And so you do it for them most of the time. And on the other hand, you also want to sustain the community of the people writing this software, and which start from yourself, and then it flows into all the people that work on the project that you publish. And all of this balance is a constant tension of stability versus new feature, and security versus developer friendliness. And this is mostly the topic of today. So again, I always see myself as standing in between, like that, trying to balance. Am I falling down one side or the other? Okay, and it's a nice balance to keep. So why security? Okay, and why it matters? You have the nice attackers that wants to breach into companies. Okay, there is money in this activity, and almost most of the time they don't get caught. Okay. And by the way, it's very easy to get into this trap, okay? Like incredibly easy. Even if you patch your stuff, even if you whatever, it's actually very easy to be this guy that is under attack. I don't know if you're aware, but the company, there's a company called QNAP. How many of you got a QNAP at home? It's a NAS. Storage device, okay? How many of you got hacked in the last few months? Okay, check, because there was a nice crypto locker running due to some PHP vulnerability in the QNAP thing that they didn't patch. So anyway, just to give you a hint. So anybody can be attacked, okay? And anybody can and you know, there's money in that, okay? Criminal activities are criminal activities. Now, why does it matter? And why I put cows in a slide, okay? You're probably familiar with the so-called tragedy of the commons in England a few centuries back, where, you know, every farmer took the cows to eat into the community pastures, and at some point those got degraded very quickly. And this is the typical tragedy of open source. And this is because if you're developing software today, most of what you do, in fact, you're just combining Lego pieces that you can get into the open source world. And I really love this diagram. This is from a website called modulescount.com. And you can see NPM, where is it? Okay. And good luck if you want to push a runtime for JavaScript that does not support NPM. This is just a pun, sorry. So essentially today, all of what we do, or a lot of what we do, comes from registries, and we reuse and recombine software that's widely available for us. So NPM won to some extent on this race for one specific feature. And NPM has solved the problem of software reuse. I don't know how many of you had done some Java in their lifetime. Okay, how many of you had class loaders problems in your tenure? Yeah, all the same people, exactly. So if you don't know what was reusing software before NPM, go ask them. They'll tell you, okay, what are the problems behind that. Why? Because NPM is node modules is the heaviest object in the universe. And we were so successful in reusing software that, you know, a typical project for front end, on back end, whatever, has a node modules folder that weighs half a gig. Okay? It's incredible, and I love it, because we were so successful in reusing software that now we are doing it too much. It's amazing, okay? You know, it's, I remember the time when one of the first versions of Android came out, and it was shipping with the Apache HTTP tools. I don't remember the exact name of the library. And it was version 0.9 point whatever. And then version 1.0 came out, and you could not run the version 1 on Android because it was incompatible, and the class loader would throw bricks at me. So reusing, and why is that? Because NPM allows you to have two versions of the same library in your tree, and it will be absolutely fine with it, okay? That's why it's so successful, and that's why all of you got to use NPM. So it's great. The problem with open source software is that, you know, everybody thinks that doing open source, it's only about the code. It's totally not only about the code. Okay, it's open source day, so probably you should have been covered this a little bit. But reality is that we can start with, you know, docs. If you don't do docs, people will not use your software. It goes with a release strategy that makes sense, okay, and it's not insane. You need to be reliable, okay? People, otherwise, if you are not reliably releasing your software, people will not trust it. You have license problems. You need to take care, consider. You want some tooling, you want to do conferences and talks, I don't know, okay? And there is support too, so people opening requests. Oh, this is my favorite, I typically tweet about this all the time. So the typical case of people show up in your repo, pretend you to do their job for you, and says, are you paying me money? Right, no, so whatever. But there is a sponsor button, you see. I'm not going to tell you that if you get the sponsor to pay money, you will probably get some attention, okay? Just to clarify. For all of you that are watching, okay? If you need a bug fixed from somebody, sponsor them, they probably will listen to you more. You know, it's part of this, it's actually very hard. And it's actually very hard to build a successful open source software. And the fundamental question is who pays for it? Because, you know, have you paid for anything on NPM recently? Anybody? Look, I have these same 17 billion downloads, please. You know, this is the part, please. I'm a poor open source developer. And so consider this. It's doing a startup is hard. Doing a successful startup in open source is even harder. So there is a huge lot of people trying to get into this field because it's so much fun. Okay, you know, people loving hard challenge or harder challenges is fine. Also consider that any cloud provider can compete with you in no time, and you are seeing it today. So if anybody launched an AI something in the last 2 months, then one of the clouds already has released a product copying it completely. So they can do it if they want to. And so one way could be build a community behind your open source project. In fact, an open source project is as good as its community, okay? So forget about anything else. You want your open source projects to be community driven. And we need to differentiate between, there is like open source, okay, and there is open governance, and there are companies, okay? It's 3 things that are completely different from each other. So if you are an open source project like Node.js, for example, is as an open governance model. So there is no company behind it. It's fine. I'm super late, so it's great. Anyway, be careful with this. Okay, it's you want to gauge the community of a project. Okay, it's the most important piece. So going back on attackers and why all this digression on open source. We have attackers, you have your company, now we have the open source dependencies. Ouch. We have already agreed that all of you use open source. So now I don't need to know anything about your code to hack you. I can just look at the open source that you use and hack that. And now I can actually access my code, take control of your servers. Cool, right? So, okay, so there is a desire for security, I guess, possibly. If not, you can turn it off and change jobs. So the question most of the time comes is you want to run your security by yourself or you want to buy it. There's no middle ground, okay? Not doing security, it's probably not great. So you either want to make or buy, okay? You don't do it, doesn't seem to cut it. So typically you go buy a vendor because doing security is not really your job. So you buy a vendor that does it for you, that protects you. And the goal will be to everybody is secure and happy and attackers don't make any money. Now, the problem in that word come from the security researchers. Okay, who are the security researchers? Are there any security researcher in the room? Anybody that found out that has a CV in their name? No? Okay. Hey, good. I knew you, man. I knew there was at least one, whatever. So it is the fact, okay? Typically, the people that are security researchers are so-called white hat. So they have the same skills of the attackers, but they find problems in open source libraries and help them fix it. You fix them, help the maintainers fix them. Now, what happens is they typically go and notify the maintainers. So go notify the maintainers. Then the maintainers needs to fix the vulnerabilities. Did you spot the problem? The first one is updating, yes. The second one is who the hell pays for these fixes? Because this is completely and totally silent work. A lot of security researchers send you a report, and then they told you if you're not accepting this or whatever, or engaging, you need to engage with them, at least to prove them wrong in case they are wrong, or just do the fix. It's a lot and a lot of work. So, who pays for it? Huh. Well, what happens, reality, it happens in a lot of cases that the security researcher notifies the maintainer, and it happens that there is the maintainer has disappeared, okay, and had fun and decided to not support this user anymore. So what happens then? Well, typically the security researcher will disclose this without a patch. And and then every single vendor will catch that vulnerability and distribute the warnings to all of you. So if you typically do an npm install, half of the modules in there have vulnerabilities today. Okay, so npm audit became useless, but most of the time it's just development and I don't care. And I don't care about the readers in development, so everything is good. But for production, it's a different story. You really don't want to have vulnerabilities. So now a few researchers gives you very tight windows for fixing the bugs. So let's say that you have a bug that requires you a month of development time to fix, and the researcher is giving you 3 months. Now, imagine that somebody comes at your door and says, well, I need you to do a fix for me and work for otherwise I'm going to ruin your reputation, and you need to work for me for free for 1 month to avoid this. This is pure extortion, by the way. Okay, and fortunately, the most problematic vendor was Google. So the most problematic group of researchers was Google, and very luckily, at least for what matters to me, they created, Google and a few other vendors created this open source security foundation, which is spreading money as a little bit to help projects in need. For this, okay, because otherwise it will be problematic. Anyway, the catch here is there is a problem, okay, in this loop. So, and you know, this is essentially the full block of the security value chain as we described above, okay? So it's actually very interesting to see the dynamic, reason a little bit about the dynamics. So I just wanted to put this economic or money-based talk in security. So where are the incentives? Okay, we are talking about money, so we need to talk about incentives. So first incentives is for the attackers. Okay, they make money by ruining you. Good. Then the vendors have a lot of incentives here. They make money selling security. Who doesn't want security? Oh, you could go and just pay as much money as you want almost for them. And they do a good job. There are also shady vendors here. So go with well-known vendors in this space, or from people that have a very good community background in this space. There have been some shady behavior in this group. Okay, but I just want to make good names. You could go by this from Snyk. You can go by this from some stuff like that from Socket. Different topic. There are a lot of other vendors, and I have friends mostly everywhere. So now, security researchers, how they make money? Okay, typically they're either employed by a company, it's part of their job, or they receive money through bounty programs. So there is this concept of, for example, Node.js as a bounty program. So if you find a vulnerability to Node and you apply to the program, you will get some money. I think up to a few thousand euros worth of money, if you find something very critical, very bad. So look, and typically they benefit because they get the CVEs, the identifier for the vulnerability, on their name, so they can put them on your CV. It's kind of similar to a publication for them. So it's the more they have, the better. So a little bit of a recommendation to all security researchers. We have, please maintain things, okay? And help maintain the stuff, okay? So you should come and help us maintaining the software, okay? Because the poor maintainer does not make any money in this cycle, okay? How can the money that they make come from a completely different revenue source? Nothing on that is related to security. In this value chain, they have no money. So, and in fact, The companies, for them, security is only a problem, a line item, I pay money, disappear. Good. And maintainers, most of the time, are volunteers. How can you compete in this program? Okay, 2 minutes, thank you very much. And I sustain that security researchers are on the same side. Please, go help them, okay? You know, one side or the other, if you work in security, this is one of the key topics. And I am a strong proponent of the fact that if you are a security researcher, you have all the skills to also send me a patch. So please send me a patch. It will be very highly appreciated and very highly welcomed. So please. And yeah, that's it. And thank you for having me. By the way, I work for this company called Platformatic. We are a young startup. We are not 1 year old. We want to be the best way to run Node.js. So please go, just a little bit of small ambition. So please check us out if you have any questions. I also have some stickers to give away. And we'll be, yeah, check us out. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Matteo.
If I got time for questions.
I had the 1 minute too, but
Okay.
you didn't let me use it. So first, as a speaker, you also get a trophy from Schrödinger Hat. This one is actually from the guys from before.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought it was for.
And let's take some time to see if there are any questions in the room. So raise your hands. Raise the hands. You know there's t-shirts. Come on. No, you had the t-shirt, but you can ask the question. Okay. Aspetta, arriva. Wait a second.
Here we go.
Yeah.
At some point in the graph, all the what was the packages in the open source community, not at a spike, a step in. Like if you go back a few slides.
Can we have the slides back?
There you go.
Yes.
This
yes,
one?
This one. Do you know what that step is all about? Like it's about 25,000 modules.
There was a. This is fun. There was a fuck up in the registry. Sorry.
Thank you. Any
That
questions?
was that's what it is.
We have an additional one right over there.
Hello. And I would like to know, how can we push the companies to invest more on security?
I have two answers. So I was typically before doing a startup, I was a consultant, and typically I ended up finding a security problem in the first 10 minutes of the gig. That was pretty convincing. It's especially when it comes for say, oh look, this is a GDPR violation that's going to cost you 2% of your revenue. It's probably good enough to raise somebody hands. Other ones are, oh, you know, if you do this, I'm probably going to bring your server down. And I literally destroyed staging environments of 5 servers over from a constrained guest Wi-Fi at a company, and because they were not believing it. So they said, yeah, can I do it? And said, oh, sure, we are happy, confident, that's not the problem. Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
So typically the hard way is the only way for some people to learn. And I would also say that it's actually very important to how can we get companies to invest in open source. which is probably very tight and connected. Like I believe that a very strong, safe open source is well-funded open source. So if there is a project that you're using that it's critical for you, keep it up to date and find a way to throw some money at the people maintaining it.
I actually have a... Wait. I mean, yeah, do it. But I have a question for you as well. I had the pleasure to speak with Paolo Insogna. Right?
Yes, of course.
Great person. And he told me you're his mentor.
Yes.
So that's a great compliment. And so we're talking about Node.js Core and how to participate in open source.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of us are working with Node.js nowadays. So I think it would be interesting to know, how do one get to work on Node.js Core, to actually get your stuff inside the core package?
Sure. It's very easy.
Right.
It's very easy. So first of all, you need to have time, okay? And I'm saying it in a very good sense. It's a large and complex code base, especially in Node.js Core. And as all large and complex code base, you need to learn it and learn what to do with it. So typically, people in such a large project only know a fraction of it. Okay, I know certain subsystems of Node.js. I know them very well, and for most of the others, I know enough to take a look and say, oh, this makes sense. This does not make any sense. Okay, but I don't know exactly how they work internally. I could. It's just a matter of time, of course. And so the first one is time. The second one is take an area that is in active development. So right now, for example, an area where we are shipping a lot of stuff out is the new test runner that we ship in Node.js 18, which will become stable in Node 20. So go to Node.js test runner. And it's, for example, take that piece. I'm making an example. We're seeing a lot of contributions on that piece because there's a lot of bugs and things that needs to be fixed and improved, and that is great. And so take an area that is in active development, so there is a lot of people that can review your code quickly, and also because it's in active development, there are a lot of low-hanging fruits. Okay, you need to learn a new code base, and when you're learning a new code base, you need to start from something easy. Okay, and there are a lot of historical bugs in Node. That something like, there is a memory leak when you use HTTP2 with gRPC on Google Cloud, but only at midnight.
Very specific.
It's or only when the SRE is on vacation. Look, or one says, has opened recently a bug that says, we have this thing, if you run this script for 5 minutes, running constant HTTP traffic, one of them will fail. Yes, I agree, there is probably a bug, okay? But again, it's hard to diagnose and fix those, okay? It's not impossible, but if you are new to the project, it's actually very hard to get into those first, because there's a lot of things that you need to learn. But get to the easy ones, okay? There is a lot of easy things that can be done and improved in the project. So, and there are either ways in which you can start. For example, we have a lot of issues open in a project inside the Node.js organization called Undici, which is the new HTTP client that I built and kickstarted a few years back now. A lot of people are contributing to it. That has a lot of low-hanging fruit in there. It's not as complex to grasp as Node, but all of that gets into Node, and it actually moves you down one level from being application developers to being kind of framework developers. So you're one level down and facing with the kind of same problems that are in the Node code base, without actually all the complexity of, oh, I need to run a compiler toolchain to get my code done. So that will be it. Also, if you need issue, if you are committed and you need issues, I have an endless stream of issues, so you can come and join. We will probably do in a few months a new code and learn. So if you want to start getting into Node,
That's nice.
we will probably do a code and learn in one of the next few conferences in fall. So we are starting thinking of doing it. So it's great.
Great. Thank you very much, Matteo. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
And hooray!
Okay. So let's leave the stage to our good friend, Matthew.
Let's amazing.
What a beautiful
È bravo o no?
A little bit, just a little bit.
Come on, Serena, if you want to take, I can do it for you, but I don't think it's the same. I don't have any song now. Are you happy for this? Yes. The next speaker is Serena, but not Serena as we can say in Italian. You are thrilled.
Yeah.
How can say?
Yeah,
Okay.
exciting.
She's a writer. She's a. First of all, your job is architect, but you don't build house.
No.
Okay.
No,
Faceva ridere. Second, you're a writer, and third, you're a blogger. What do you do in your free time?
I take some time with my dog.
I know.
To make walks.
She has a beautiful dog. The name is so unusual, like Linux. His name is Baloo. It's a giant dog. It's funny. Before giving the stage to her, I want to ask you, are you still reading blog? Who of you? Blog. Who reads the blog? A blog. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Who write a blog? Why? Oh no, I have this weird idea that writing a blog or maintaining a blog is like using jQuery. No? Okay.
Not the same.
Okay. Jokes are finished. Now it's time to you. So good luck.
Thank you.
And
the stage is mine.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. The slides are working, so good. Okay, so hello everyone, and thanks for joining this session. As you can see, we will talk about a library. I choose this title because I think it would fit the topic of today. So one library per day keeps the doctor away. Basically, we will talk about a library that can be used in the healthcare sector. So these are the contents that we will try to cover today. First of all, we will define a scope, because I think defining a goal is the most important part of every activity. So we will have some data, and we will try to transform and get some information from this data. Then we will try to explore this library called MedSpacey. We will see where it comes, why we use it, and let's say the original project. We will define how the pipelines work in the context of natural language processing. And then we will see a little, let's say, little use case. We don't have enough time to code, for sure. But we will try to see some code to build a simple task, okay? So I'll try to introduce myself as brief as I can. I'm I work during the day as an enterprise architect. So basically, I'm the person who is in charge of speaking about technologies, exploring, doing some research and development, and I'm focused on topics such as, let's say, artificial intelligence and orchestration, so DevOps topics. I work in a healthcare company where I work since 2022. I changed my job during the COVID, difficult change. And then I founded my blog called redcode.it. This was the question. I decided to open a blog because I feel I wanted to share my knowledge about some topics that in Italian are not enough covered. And then I wrote 5 technical books for Apogeo and Epli that are 2 of the main publishing houses in Italy. The 5th is coming in May, and let's say there's a little hint in the slides about the topic of the 5th book. Okay, so the scope of today. Let's see which are our expectations and the diagnosis that we want to achieve. So our goal is try to build a system, okay, that can analyze the text to evidence problems such as medical conditions, such as treatments, such as medications about a patient, okay? We will have to deal with EHR, that stands for electronic health record. So basically, the document where practitioners and doctors describe your health status, okay? A little spoiler. I hope that none of you is sensitive, so I hope that most of you likes horror movies. How many of you like horror movies? Okay, less than I expect. I decided not to add some images that can hurt people, so I just will use the text to describe the patient conditions, okay? So I hope none of you will feel bad for this diagnosis, okay? So, this is an example of an EMR that stands for electronic medical record. It's a little bit different with the EHR because it's something really specific to a patient. The EHR is related to a citizen, okay? So this is part of the text contained. It says excision of limbal dermoids. We reviewed the clinical files of 10 patients who had undergone excision of unilateral epibulbar limbal dermoids. And so on, these complications do not outweigh the cosmetic and visual benefits of dermoid excision, blah, blah, blah. Treatment of limbal dermoids may consist of periodical removal of irritating cilia. Okay, so basically, how many of you know the meaning of limbal dermoids? Okay, I see no hands. So basically, it's like having a little bubble over the eye, okay? Maybe it happens. It's not anything really harmful, but it's noisy, it's boring, okay? So we want our system to read all this text, okay? And to highlight some of these words related to this, let's say, to these categories, okay? We have excision, we have topical lubrication that are considered treatment, like how do you heal the patient, okay? Then we have limbal dermoids, that is the problem, for sure, the little bubble over the eye. And then we have some negative existence, so maybe the practitioner, while was describing the condition of the patient, can try to describe how the patient was not affected by some of the illnesses, okay? So this is like the result we'd like to achieve. So here comes MedSpacey, that in our use case is the practitioner, okay? MedSpacey is a library that was born just 1 year ago, so it's something really, really new. And it's a library that, as you can see, has a common name of a very known library in Python. How many of you know Spacey Python? Okay. Some of you, okay. So it's something that is really related to Spacey, sorry, but it's focused on clinical terms, okay? So a clinical knowledge. The model that is behind this library has been trained with thousands and thousands of data that is related to clinical knowledge. So MedSpacey can be used within Spacey, just to build more complex pipelines, but it defines some custom components that are related to the healthcare, let's say, analysis, okay? So for example, I have described some of them here: the sentence segmentation, the contextual analysis, and the section detection. So one of the most important components, not only in Spacey, in MedSpacey, but also in Spacey, is the tokenizer. So basically, you need to decompose your sentence in single words and try to retrieve each word, excluding, for example, some useless words, some useless punctuation or something like that. So the tokenizer is something that MedSpacey comes with. Then you have the target matcher. If you know Spacey, you know that comes with a component that is called matcher, and that's it. And it's something that makes you able to retrieve some entities from a single larger text. So basically, you try to define some rules if you want to do something custom, and you can extract these entities. The last one is the sentence segmentation. Even if I know that MedSpacey comes with another component, I will tell you later. So the sentence segmentation is something that really comes to locate clinical entities. Today we will focus on the target matcher, so we will try to build a simple pipeline to retrieve these components and have to deal with clinical entities. The pipelines. So the pipelines are basically the way we can define a more complex workload in the natural language processing analysis. So with Spacey, you have different components you can try to build together to get to a result. And in our case, it will represent the therapy. I like the metaphor of the healthcare sector. How do they work? So the complex task can be shared, obviously, in different single tasks. In this case, we have a pipeline that can be built from different single components to achieve a single result. In our case, I remember, is to get some treatments, some medications from a text, okay? So in case of MedSpacey, but in case of natural language processing analysis, we can try to divide in these steps. We have to pre-process our data. We have to post-process our data to get the information we want. And eventually, in the case of healthcare topic, we need to get historical evidences. In fact, I didn't mention before that one of the components, one of the most important components in MedSpacey is the historical component. It can be, for example, if you have a report of a patient that talks about some illnesses related to parents, family, and so on, this can be useful to the doctor to make a more precise diagnosis, okay? So get the historical evidences, get the main context. It's something really important to get to the final result. today we don't have enough time to see all the steps, so imagine the pre-processing has already been done. We just focus on the post-processing, so we try to get the information with some custom rules. So let's try to code. I have prepared some code. It's very simple, I promise. It's in Python, so it should be very simple even to read. We will do a simple pipeline with an example that is the same of before. So we have finished with the horror images, and we will try to visualize this information. Okay, so first of all, we will have to load the libraries. We have talked about MedSpaces, so we import MedSpaces as main library. And then we try to focus on two different components of MedSpaces. The first one is the NER, that stands for Named Entity Recognition. That is something, it's useful to deal with entities, okay? And we import the target rule. That is basically the target matcher component we will talk about later. Then we have visualization that, as you can see, as you can imagine, is something that allows us to represent visually the entities. And then we use two other libraries. I think pandas, if you have worked with Python, it's something really known. Pandas, it's useful, especially because in the healthcare sector, we don't always have data that comes with text, okay? Like a CSV or, I don't know, something stored in a relational database. Sometimes we have to deal with custom format data. So pandas really allows us to, let's say, don't care about the format, just take the data that comes and use it as a simple data frame. The last one, that is not the least one, we import from Spacey token a single component that is called span. This because, as you can imagine, in the healthcare sector, but also in other sectors, we need to standardize. Okay, so in the healthcare sector, we have to deal with, for example, with different diagnoses, different treatments, drugs, and so on. And we need to define some codes that are associated with these words. Okay, like to define a common language. With token, we will define which is the encoding that allows us to match different text from different sources using the same language. So this is the second part. We will load the model because luckily MedSpaces, the team behind MedSpaces, that it's called Explosion AI, has done the major part of the work for us. They have trained a model with healthcare text, and we can use MedSpaces load function to load this model. Then we will use this component from the pipeline called target matcher. I have introduced it before, so we will load this component. We are not in the interesting part. Here we are just loading the data. We are using pandas to read a table from this data. As you can see, we have some test data that comes with the DAT format. It's something not really common, luckily. The data doesn't have an header, so you don't have the, let's say, the first row with information. You just have some sentences. We will take just a partial of this data frame because you can, if I remember correctly, we have like thousands of diagnoses, so we don't want to analyze everything. Then it comes span. In here, we have the extension ICD-10. ICD-10 is the standard format for describing clinical entities. It's one of the most used. It's not the one, but it's one of the most used. We have events nomad. Basically, what someone has done for us is to associate a code for every entity in the clinical knowledge. Okay, so as we will see, we will have a code associated to some words. And let's view the interesting part. So here we are defining a target rule. We have eye protection that is categorized as a treatment. Treatment is a word that you can define, okay? It could be a condition, medication, whatever you want. And this is the pattern. This is a very simple pattern, since you are just defining that we expect to see something like eye protection written in lowercase with this exact order. Eye and then protection, okay? It's very simple, but the model tried to, let's say, learn from this. Let's see a more complex, let's say, a more complex rule. For example, we have limbal dermoid, okay? This is classified as problem, since we have said that the bubble on the eye is not a normal condition, luckily. We define the pattern, okay? We have seen in the text before that these two words don't come always like single words. We have something before, we have something after. So the pattern is basically describing this condition where you can have eventually unilateral or bilateral before limbal dermoid. As you can see here, we have used like different operators. We have used lower to describe the lower case, in to describe different possibilities, and then we have op that comes with a regex, that is basically these two words can happen 0 or 1 time. Then we have the same for epibulbar, and then we have limbal and dermoid with the plural, okay? Once we have defined some of these rules, we can add these rules to the model using this function, target matcher add target rules. We are ready to build our pipeline and to test it. So we use the variable we defined before, the NLP, that is the model, okay, it's the trained model, with our custom rules. And then for every entity in the document, if you recall, Spacey works with the document object, let's say, we will try to print some information. The entity, if it's negative, so if the practitioner expressed some negative condition, and it's involved the family or some parents. And we will visualize this information. So this is the result of the print. Basically, we don't have any family information. We don't have any negative condition in this case. But regarding the text, this is the result. MedSpacey highlighting excision as a treatment, limbal dermoids as a problem. There's a negative existence, and there are a lot of treatments, as you can see here. Nothing special, just a visualization, but you can imagine that there are different levels of applications of this simple pipeline. So these are the resources I just used for this simple use case. You will find in our example the dataset and the code that it's working. It's just a notebook. The MedSpacey documentation that it's free, available, obviously. And then you can find in the third link some notebooks about how to achieve more complex results. The dataset obviously comes from Kaggle, so it's nothing custom, but just comes from one of the most one of the most big website about datasets. So that's it. I finished. I hope in time. Okay, perfect. I hope you enjoyed it, and that's it. I finished.
This is the moment. The best author and the best blog read that.
No.
That called.
No, no, assolutamente. Thank you.
Sorry, no.
I feel like in the Oscar. Okay.
I'm not totally dumb, but I can swear to you, sometimes I'm serious. I have a question. Before starting, if you want to raise hand, just to plan our friend Lorenzo, I have a question, because this talk is related to the medical sector, or pharma, healthcare, call it whatever. And we are used to know this sector as proprietary code, trademark, medicine, and some stuff like this. How is difficult and how much is important to spread the open source culture inside the healthcare?
It's a very difficult question. It's a very tough question. Let's say, I think that in different sectors, not only the healthcare sector, there's this like, there's a tons of people that are like too afraid to share the results they achieve in the company. Companies like Explosion AI have always worked with the scope to share this knowledge. Okay, so everything they've made is always full documented. They shared a lot of examples. For my experience, I know that in this sector there are too much proprietary source codes, and I think this is something maybe harmful, because especially when it comes to health, something like this could be useful, and I don't know, maybe for people that live in the other side of the world. So I don't know. I cannot speak by myself as a, let's say, an employee of my company, because we have done in the past years different open source projects. But I hope we will do more, let's say.
Do you know other big contributors in the healthcare market with other cool solutions like this?
No, actually, MedSpaces, so Explosion AI, it's one of the most important one. In the healthcare, we don't have enough projects about the, let's say, clinical topic.
Okay.
Question right here.
Question?
Yeah.
Okay. Niente.
Hi, thank you for the talk, and thank you for talk about data science and AI, because in this kind of conference there are not too much, so it's better. And I have a question about the model.
Okay.
So it's made by a knowledge graph, something like information retrieval model, or there is a transformer?
Okay, in the case of the, let's say, the use case I've used, this is based on the pre-trained model from Spacey that is based on neural networks.
Okay.
I didn't have used transformers for now, because the use case should be very simple. We just have 25 minutes. But if you use transformers, you can highlight the result really up to the sky, let's say.
Are they inside the library?
Yeah. You can use even the transformers that come with Spacey, because they are like included, and MedSpacey offer more transformers that are focused on the clinical knowledge.
What about instead to choose a knowledge graph or a retrieval model like entity recognition, tag me? There are many models about retrieval, so it's more cheap, less resource. And so transformer is big, neural network is big. The retrieval model is more mathematical stuff, nothing.
Yeah, your assumption it's true, it's correct. And in fact, in the clinical knowledge, the graph modeling it's used when you have a defined standard, as the one I've used, the ECD10, sorry. This is perfect because it can connect different entities, and you can even do predictions using the graphs. So this is something you can definitely do. We have different projects using the FIRE standard that use the graph. So it's a good point. You're welcome.
Let's give a round of applause for Serena if there are no more questions. Well, I mean, the round of applause. Yeah.
Grazie.
Amazing, Serena.
Oh, we have a question. No, wait.
Grazie.
We do have one. Wait.
I have.
The
sorry.
last amazing question.
Okay.
What about your book coming in May?
Okay, so the slides were like blue, light blue. So can you imagine a technology where the logo is blue? That doesn't have to deal with artificial intelligence.
Does it live in the sea?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah. But it's the pilot in this case.
Okay.
Okay?
Thanks again, Serena.
Thank you.
I want to call my friend Lorenzo here
Yes,
on the
I'm coming
stage.
So before everyone is leaving, very important, because if you want, the gifts, they take a little bit of effort. So if we change slide for 1 second, there it is. So we have a beautiful partner, Freedom from Florence, and they allowed for Schrödinger Hat and Open Source Day 2023 today to have an amazing forest of 500 trees planted in the name of open source and everyone present. So scan the QR code. You're going to find one here, one on the table right there. And it's a gift from Freedom and Schrödinger Hat. It's the Schrödinger Hat Forest, and we're doing something good for the world. I'm especially active on the climate thing, so do it. Plant a tree. Come on, now. And now that we've done that, I guess we can have coffee. Yeah. Can we? Yeah.
They are ready.
No coffee. Oh, coffee, yes. Okay, that's good.
There is a Royal Rumble there, so...
L'ho detto.
Everybody has.
Okay, so on the tables you can find a QR code if it's not working properly here. And 20 minutes, then get back, because it's not finished yet. Come on. Thank you.
You're amazing people. Oh. You know, while we wait for everyone to sit down, I must confess, and this friend over here, he noticed it this morning. So when I was kind of presenting the start, you know, the intro of this conference, I was trying to fake my way through self-security, if you will, like fake it till you make it kind of attitude, right? And I feel better now, because now everyone's a friendly face now, but at the start, I was a little bit of afraid. And that's normal, right? That's pretty normal. And what I noticed is that my hand, this one I was like, yeah, I'm playing the field. But with this other hand, and it's happening right now, but that's because of missing strength, I was going like this. I was making a dance, right? Which is great, because I'm losing weight by the second. It's good. But let's not delve further into it. And if everyone has taken their seat, I would argue that it's a good time to present my friend Federico Paulinelli from Red Hat. A big round of applause for him. Thank you, Federico, for being here today. The talk of Federico is how to tame a maintainer. He is a maintainer of a very nice open source project, MetalLB, which is a Kubernetes load balancer implementation for bare metal. He is an open source supporter. We were at FOSDEM together. He also spoke there. And today he's gonna rock it. So another round of applause, and let's have him on stage. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Federico.
Thank you. And now let's make the usual display voodoo. Should I see? Yeah. Yeah, that always works. Plus, you know, it's Linux. So. No? No? Okay.
So while we wait, that's good.
Nice. That was my.
So we're talking about Spotify.
Yeah, I use those.
That's a good
yeah.
one.
I use it.
But it's not. Did you hack his computer? It was you, right? Wasn't it? I knew it was you.
Okay,
yeah. He's trying to ruin your kind of talk, you know.
I'm paying for that. So. No problem.
Another round of applause for our friend. Come on.
Okay, let's try to get rid of that annoying bar. This is working. This is back. Okay, so I know it's late. Thanks for joining here. The good thing about single track conferences is that people can go on the other track. So you are forced to listen to me today. Some quick words about me. I'm Federico. I work for Red Hat for about 4 years now. I'm part of a networking team in charge of making the OpenShift platform suitable for telco customers. Telco customers have slightly different requirements from regular workloads that run on Kubernetes. Because of that, I managed to work with a variety of open source projects, Athens, KubeVirt, some network-related stuff, and lately MetalLB is the project that I'm maintaining. My Twitter handle, Mastodon, email are all FedePaul, so if you want to reach me out, to give feedback, say that you didn't like this talk, please feel free to reach me out. I always like to start explaining why I proposed a given talk, and this is somehow personal, and in order to understand this, we must get back in 2013. In 2013, I was working for a local company in Pisa, doing like stuff for electronic trading, and at some point I got a bit annoyed and I started doing Android on the side. It was the gold rush to apps that didn't make me rich, but maybe made me learn a few new things.
And that's when I approached Firefox for Android. So I didn't know back at the time, it was 10 years ago, and that was my first contribution to open source, and many other contributions would have come later. And that was a nice experience. I was working with smart people from Mozilla, contributing to something that was falling in the hands of a lot of users. It was really, really nice. But there were also shadows. This bug is basically, we have Margaret saying that in this bug, we landed a feature to linkify phone numbers in a page. It was disabled by default because they didn't believe in the performances. And here they are discussing about disabling it. And guess who spent a lot of his nights and weekends implementing that feature? That was me. And that was a bug that was open to take. So I came, I took it, I worked on it, and it was reverted. And that was not a pleasant experience. Then we moved to 2018. I wanted to learn Go. I started looking at tutorials, and the model of contributing to an open source project to learn the language kind of worked, and that's when I found Athens. Athens is a Go dependency proxy, more or less like Artifactories for Java. You can have your own instance on premises and have your dependencies stored there. And again, the project looked nice. The maintainers were friendly. I came over and I started contributing to it. And of course, not again. I worked on a PR. There was an issue. I took the issue. I started working on it. And it was my free time going there. And there was a lot of discussion. And then like they didn't like the idea anymore. And basically, they gave up and we closed the PR. Now we move forward to today, and today I am also on the other side. I'm maintaining MetalLB, who is working in the Kubernetes ecosystem, is probably aware of does anyone knows what MetalLB is about? Okay. Are you satisfied with that? Okay. Okay. Okay, but I see one thumbs up, so that's good. MetalLB is a load balancer implementation for bare metal Kubernetes clusters. So if you are running Kubernetes on bare metal, or you are following some tutorial based on VMs, there are good chances that you might need to install something like this in order to expose your application. From a coding point of view, it's a mildly popular project, not too big, not too small, nice to work with. So based on these two kinds of experiences, being on both sides, today I'm gonna try to tell you how to tame a maintainer. But first, of course, some kind of recommendation. Not everything is black and white. There might be exceptions. Not everything might work. It is what it is. Let's try to put some context in place. We have the project. The project might be something that you want to use, something that you want to extend because you have some need on top of it. It might be something big like Kubernetes, or might be something smaller like a library that you are using and you want to extend it with some kind of feature. And the idea is that there is some kind of community upstream behind the project. Then there is your feature. It's the thing that is missing, that you think that you need in the project. And let's have the actors. On one side, you have the contributor. The contributor is you. Your priority is to have the feature be added to the project, but you never contributed to the project. On the other side, we have the maintainers. And the maintainers have slightly different priorities. They have to find the root cause of that escalation that is preventing customers to use the product. They have to deliver the features. They need to understand what that flake on CI is about and why they are not able to reproduce it. They have security issues. Today we learned about those security researchers coming to the maintainers, telling them to fix them. Find the time to review all the PRs that are accumulating, do the laundry, have a life, and then in the very last position, there is your feature they never heard about. So there is no wonder that their first reaction will be to push back. And that's not because they are not nice. Sometimes it is, but generally is because they don't want to have the burden of having to maintain forever something else that they didn't even think about. And that's why I think that submitting a PR, a pull request straight away, is generally a bad idea. There is nothing that makes me more guilty than seeing somebody that comes to the project, see that they push a big PR, so it's clear that they worked a lot on it, and you don't know how to tell them, yeah, I know that you spent a lot of time on this, but I don't really like this. So before doing that, you need to build a reputation. You need to start helping with something and show that you are somebody that can be trusted in extending the project. And another thing to remember is that contributors are a rare commodity, because if they try to help the maintainer, it's a lot of work that comes away from the shoulders of the maintainers, and they will be grateful for that. So in general, contributing to open source is about bargaining something. You give some of your time, you get reputation, you get credibility, you get the trust of the maintainer. So where do we want to start from in order to build this credibility? We need to start with something. Generally, we should start with something that is simple. And of course, contributions must be meaningful. What I mean here is that fixing typos is important, but they won't give you that credibility that you are looking for. They'll not show that you care about the project. They will not show that you are a smart person that is able to contribute in a meaningful way. So the first place to start is good first issues. The reason why is that help wanted, good first issue, generally those are those small issues that the maintainer doesn't feel he has the time to work on, but on the other hand, it's screaming for help. Please somebody come from the internet and help me on that thing that I don't have the time to work on. That is not critical, but I think it's important. Another option is to triage existing issues reported by other users. And of course, there are some issues like that HTTP request that fails only at midnight that you won't be able to help with. But there are a lot of issues filed by users that can be solved by reading the manual. And if you manage to triage them to tell the other user, hey, this is solved by setting this flag, by applying this kind of configuration, this is something that the maintainer won't have to do. Because the maintainer wakes in the morning, and the first thing that does is look at the issues and find 5 more. And those 5 are 5 items that take time. Lastly, extend CI and provide more automation. CI and automation are one of the things that you can say, yeah, but I'm doing the release manually this time too. I know that I can automate it. It will save me time, but I'm in a hurry and I'll do that in the old fashion again. Or I'll use the old system, but there is a better and new one. So that is the kind of activity that will save a lot of the maintainer time in the future. So it's something that it's worth looking at. So the first steps are try to find where the maintainers hang out. Try to find where the community is. It might be Slack, it might be some mailing list. Depending on the project, it might even be some IRC. They generally have community meetings where you can see their face, and what you want is to remember your name. Remember who you are, and remember that you are a good contributor. You come to that place, you declare your intention, you ask if you can work on it, and then you start working on submitting the first PR, and then that is just the beginning. And why is that? If you're used to work on closed source software, open source is really different from what you're used to. The reviews are really thorough. You are the new guy, so they don't trust you and they will keep... I know it's not nice to say, but the bar is generally high for people that are new to the project, because the maintainer simply doesn't trust them. So they put more attention. And you'll have to fight this dialogue between defending on your ideas on one side, not taking it too personally, and accept critics. So open source is open source is a lot about communicating. You need to be clear, declare your intentions, and make them understand you. And I'm gonna repeat this, meet them. That is super important. If you want to get credibility, if you want to have them trust you, you need to have them know you. So go to the community meetings, talk with them, share your ideas. And you might say, it's a lot of work, I only care about that feature that I need to add because of my work. Yeah, but you also need to remember what the maintainer's priority is. So let's move ahead, and let's say that we have a few PRs under your belt, the maintainers know you, we have enough reputation, and we finally start to submit the feature. And again, I will repeat this one more time, submitting the PR straight away is generally a bad idea. The fact that the maintainer trusts you doesn't mean that you can push a Bitcoin miner in the project, right? That means that you still need to convince them that what you want is good for the project health, because what the maintainers care about is the project. So my suggestion is try to discuss it, try to prepare even before starting coding. Like starting to code, submitting the code before discussing it, before sharing your plan, is a recipe for disaster. You'll be wasting a lot of your time for nothing. Share that you care about the impacts. Show that you thought about alternatives. Show that you thought about the life cycle. Will this break the backward compatibility? How upgrades will work? How to extend the tests? And lastly, as I said, you must convince them that the project will benefit from the feature. I want to rehearse that. Having a PR from somebody that invested some of their time in the project that I won't accept because it doesn't fit the project, makes me feel bad, and maybe will make the project lose a contributor. So that is not the right way. So you submitted PR and start to fight again, because of course there is this discussion and it's normal. Another advice is be kind. Like getting angry, arguing with them won't make things better. Try to be kind even if you don't like the answers, because at the end of the day you are not the one in control, and sometimes it's really hard. Depending on what stage you are, you will be working on more complex stuff. What you might want to propose doesn't fit well the architecture. There will be other contributors or other maintainers that don't like what you are proposing. So it's something that you need to handle and to remember. You'll be a second-class citizen, especially in the beginning. Even if you did all the stuff that I'm suggesting, even if they trust you, they might be busy with other stuff. So there is still some chance that they will ignore you, just because they are busy. It might even be worse. It might be that they say, no, I know that I told you that design was this one, but now I'm thinking again and I don't like it anymore. And you need to find a good balance between nagging them, like trying to ping them, hey, remember that there is my PR waiting for a review, and not to be too insistent, because otherwise they will block you on the messaging system. And of course, people may be rude. It happens in every project, even like the super popular ones. Now I want to talk about the traits of a good PR, because writing a good PR will maximize your chances of success and will make your reputation better. First one is quality. Of course, maintainers prefer quality. And the reason why they prefer quality is because an open source project is meant to be contributed by a lot of people. So there must be less friction as possible to come in and to understand how things works, and that's why they insist to readability. That's why there is emphasis on maintainability. That's the reason why a one-line fix that breaks the encapsulation or won't be accepted, or why there is this stress on idiomatic code. It's not because they are like, they want the project to be perfect. They want the project to be easy to onboard with. And of course, like we could spend the whole day talking about code quality and how to get code quality. This is just a series of things that make the quality good, but not exhaustive. Commit messages. Why commit messages matter? Because they are our testament. They are the testament not only for us, but for the future people that are going to work on the project. They are the place where when you get that bug that is affecting a lot of users, you'll go to the code and you think, why I did this? And the place where you go to find the reason is the commit message. And that's why they matter so much. So these are bad examples of stuff that I saw coming, especially this is in the title, some Jira issue that I don't know what Jira issue instance they refer about, improvements, no description provider in the PR message. A good PR should have, in my opinion, and of course this is my opinion, the area of impact, the what this commit is doing, and why we are doing that. There is this very nice article by Chris Beams that more or less sums up this, and this is the article that I send all the people to whenever I receive a commit message that could be improved. Have different commits for different sections. Having smaller commits make the PR easier to review. It's easier to scope the commit and write a meaningful message compared to like having one gigantic change that contains everything, and it's easier to do backports. But the first item is super important because you want to make the review as easy as possible. So smaller atomic commits will make the maintainer's life easier. Tests are another super important area. By implementing tests, you are guaranteeing the maintainer that what you are submitting really works and it won't break in the future. So this is something that, to me, is a must-have in something that is accepted in a project. And documentation, because if a feature is something is added but is not documented, then the users of the project won't benefit from that. So even that must be part of the packet that we are sending to our project. So wrapping up, the maintainers care about the project, not the thing that you are proposing. You need to earn their trust, and you must convince them that what you are trying to submit is useful for the project, and you must push something that has high quality. Will this ensure success? Of course not, because there might be chances where your PR doesn't get reviewed. There might be even worse cases. You get a review, you apply all the changes, and then the maintainer ghosts you again, because he has other priorities. It might be that they change their mind. It might be that the code base go to a completely different direction. Life happens. But sometimes you win. And if you get the maintainer's trust, you are contributing to a project, you get the thing that you wanted inside the project, and you have somebody that you can trust, and possibly even new friends. So it's a nice experience. Did I learn the lesson? This is something that I sent 3 weeks ago. I was sure that this was going to be accepted because it was an example that was missing in some Go eBPF library. And the answer was no. So even if I was 100% sure that that would have been accepted because it was a missing use case, there were reasons I didn't know about for closing the submission. So with that, I'm done. Thank you, and if there are any questions...
Round of applause, everyone. Thank you, Federico. It is, of course, with great pleasure.
Thank you.
And an honor.
You know,
Thank
my wife is an architect. She's gonna love that I'm telling her to put this in the living room.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure she will. So, are there any questions in the room? I already see 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Damn it, guys, come on. Okay, let's start somewhere. Over there.
Wait, what?
The guy, yeah.
It's one of the last chances to get a t-shirt, I guess.
Hi. I was wondering if, what do you think about contributing to an open source project by improving documentation? Because we always refer to contributing by writing code, but I think that documentation is really important too.
Yeah, as I said before, like it will help. It will get you some kind of reputation, but not on the technical side. So it's a good start, but shouldn't be the only thing that you contribute to. But it's a great way to start, especially like what I normally, not normally, but sometimes it happens that somebody comes in, open an issue and say, this part is missing in the documentation. My reply is not, I'm gonna fix it. How do you feel about pushing a PR? Because it's nice. So.
Great, thank you. There was, okay, there.
No, I got my shirt, I'm fine.
Okay, so it's a real question. Okay, great.
That's a hard one.
You talked about code quality. Since an open project, an open source project is maintained by several contributors from several places, and each one of them might have their own programming style. What would you call quality? How would you define standards,
yeah, that's really
conventions,
I mean,
and so on?
For Go, I think I'm lucky because at least from the formatting point of view, that comes with the language. But yeah, like if there is no agreement, then the project has some issues. There are coding normally with a good project. It comes like contributing guidelines, and with that some coding style guidelines that you have. So that's my take on that.
Thank you. There were 2 others.
Hi there.
Over there. Oh, another
Here.
one.
Hello.
That's fine.
In my personal experience, one thing I found out is that having a nice documentation by the maintainers themselves on the way to provide contributions, it is a really important starting point for any contributor later. For example, something on the README on another file where a contributor can find out how to contribute the best way, nice tags applied to the code, to the issues themselves, to discover which one to take before the others, and so on. Do you have an experience on this flow? Thank you.
Yeah. So my take is that you want to have less friction as possible for new contributors. So good first issues, guidelines on how to contribute to the project, how the code base is organized, how to set up a development environment is really important. Like if the new contributor is not even able to build the project because he has to dig into the make file to understand which commands to run, then the project has some problem. That part must be as smooth as possible, otherwise people will go away. So yeah, I totally agree with that, and like that makes the difference.
Thank you. 2 other questions. One over there, and the other one where Michi is.
So some of us here are doing a programming school, so we are actually used to working together and so things like that. But we don't have like projects to show to people that we want to work with. So do you recommend like starting with little projects, open source, or like it's hard to get credibility with big projects at the start?
Yeah.
I guess so.
I would argue that it depends. There might be big projects that require also small fixes, so that could be a good starting point. First of all, I really think that it's an excellent career move, because if you start contributing to like that Firefox for Android thing, I brought with me for years. Like even when I interviewed for Red Hat, 7 years later, they asked me about that experience, because it's something that is recognizable. So that is a very excellent choice. You should find something that on one side you like, on the other side is contributor friendly, meaning that there are some open source projects that have a single company behind them. So even if they are open source, they won't accept your contributions. You need to do a bit of research before finding the right one, but it's a good choice.
Thank you.
Ciao. Hi. So I would like to ask you. No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
I would like to ask you if it's ever happened in your career to ever made one of the mistakes that you present in this session.
Yeah, like it was in the last slides. So just 2 weeks ago. That doesn't happen that often anymore, but sometimes it does. So.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's have a big round of applause for Federico. Thank you, Federico. Thank you very much. So I would say without any further ado, let's switch and I go off.
It's the last speaker. What a long day together today. Are you still alive? Are you still breathing? Are you still hungry of some open source talk? One yes, just to... no? I want to tell you a story about the next speaker. It's not about its life or its work and whatever, but it's a personal story, because a few months ago I worked for a company, and now I can say it. I wanted to go away. So I found this guy who was speaking about some kind of tools in Spotify, or an Italian product manager in Spotify, my dream. Okay, what can I do? I can try to involve him, organize an internal talk in the company, and after the talk, I can try to go to Spotify. Sad story. He gave the talk to us, beautiful talk, but I'm not working for Spotify. Without any other words, it's the final keynote of this amazing day. I leave you the floor, Francesco.
Thank you very much. Hello, guys. I have a good news for you. I'm the last one, but not least. So I hope my goal here is to keep you awake. So I will try to do my best. And I think I have a lots of hooks on the previous talks that I loved. I would like to talk a little bit with you. And again, this is my challenge. If I hear some rumors, someone is sleeping, I will throw my shoes, so be aware about that. So, my name is Francesco from Florence. I live here. If you have any suggestion about sightseeing, let me know. I'm happy to reply to this. Working from Spotify, working on, I am an open source enthusiast, authors of books, videos, developer advocate. I do many things, but this is the boring part. Instead, what you should expect from this talk today is to talk about something that we touched many times in the previous talks. We will talk about maturity of an open source project. We will talk about sustainability. We will talk about the organization that is giving to a mature open source software and successful software a good shape, what we can do well for I mean, not in the initial part of the project, but after, when it becomes successful. And we will talk about funnel. Why? Okay, this is what I hope it will keep you alive. These only are some companies that I work with and I work for. Currently, I'm working on Backstage project. How many of you is aware about Backstage as a product, as a project? Quite a few. Okay, good. Don't worry, I'm not talking about Backstage. So, but again, this is a list of community that I attended, I work with, I loved. And this is what I would like to talk to, because all of them are successful open source project, business open source project, and I would like to discuss more about this experience. So I won't talk about how to build and to find the market fit for a new open source project, because honestly, we saw many examples here. How many of you is working for a startup? Okay, few, not many. So this is not what I'm talking about, because this is something that is like a magic poison that honestly is not something that you can explain. It doesn't make sense to talk in a talk. Instead, I would like to talk about the challenge of these poor guys, and I'm talking to you if you have worked for a startup, because usually a startup is done. It's composed by a small team working 24 hours and 7 days a week. It's a hard job. It's a hard job that, I mean, there is really a nightmare that you have all the day to find a good market fit for the product. If you are working in an open source project, but probably also if you don't work for an open source project. And these kind of people are similar to brave people that are fighting against everything, against the dragons, the salespeople, every problem that you can have in the market. It's a huge challenge. Also, Matteo Collina was talking about this. It's hard to find the market fit of an open source project. But if you are lucky enough, if you are brave enough, you can start to reach a point where you receive recognitions. We were talking about millions and billions of downloads. We were talking about people contacting you because they want to change something. Please help me to do something. And together with this, you will find opportunities because someone may want to pay you to do something. We discussed many times that probably not too many. And this is a problem because connected to this, there is the burnout of the people. There is the failure of open source project. But if you start to have opportunity, probably you start to hire new people, to get on board new people, to work with other people. And it means that you start to spend money because you need to hire someone, or you need to invest money in marketing, in something. So there is always a conversation how we can monetize all of this. Because, sorry guys, I am a former developer and I'm proud to be called a developer, but honestly, also a good open source project is a project that, of course, is founded and has money. So the monetization is a huge topic, and it's a very important topic for a healthy and mature open source project. We touched this topic many times in this conference. In my experience, and I'm sorry to say that unfortunately I have quite a few experience considering how old I am, there are two big examples and chunks of companies. Again, probably I'm missing some clusters, but these are the main ones that I'm aware of, and I can see into the market. The one that are the most classical, we have friends from Red Hat, but also we have friends from, it could be MySQL, Mongo. We have many companies that are releasing also an open source edition of their software, giving out for free, and they're investing a lot of time. Honestly, Sysdig was showing the Falco, Backstage and Spotify is doing the same thing. But of course, this is owned by someone. In case of Falco and Backstage, it is a foundation behind because they are part of the CNCF ecosystem. But for example, there are companies behind, they have a paying offering. So they offer some service, some kind of software, get paid back, and they invest in open source. And this is unhealthy ecosystem, okay? This is something that works because, okay, you can gain money on something and invest the money in open source, and this is a virtual circle that you can have. There is another example, there are foundations, because the software is not owned by anyone. You can see some example there. For example, I don't know if you're aware, I wasn't aware until a few years ago, but Postgres is not owned by someone. There are some companies that are making money, but no one owns Postgres as a thing, okay? And so it is a strange behavior in the market because honestly, the people the people on that side of the screen, so the companies who are owning software, are looking at the people in the foundation like a sort of hippies. Sorry for the red hat, it is probably an exception. But hippies hugging the trees. Yes, you are talking about software, but you are really, you don't think about the real business. You talk only about developer things. I'm not saying that I'm agreeing with that. And the other people on the foundation side look at the company owning the software like a sort of sharks of sales, and they want to sell everything, and instead giving everything out behind money and monetizing the last feature because always the good thing to do. And so one look at the other in a slightly different way, but both of them are talking about the same thing, that is sustainability. Both of them, they hire people, they are investing a lot of money in developing software with one idea in mind: how I can make the salary and all the investment in marketing, in sales, in everything, sales is not the case of open source, free, how we can be sustainable, so gain money to invest in people and make an healthy and even more successful project. All of them are talking about this. How to reach the sustainability then? What's the sustainability? In the world of software, and even in the world of business open source software, I will talk more about the right side of the previous slide, so the company owned, but it's pretty similar also on the other side, with some nuances. It's all about a funnel. Francesco, what you're talking about? What the funnel means? Well, let me spend a few words on this. You can consider the open source approach as a funnel. Okay, you can see the picture. Why a funnel? Because there are some stages that every adopter or every software is moving along. You start from a discovery. I don't know what this software is. I want to know more. Then someone discovered that, no, this is not the right software for me. So less people move on the next stage. And then I want to trial. Okay, yes, I think that it works for me. Let me try it. Nah, this is not what I thought it was. Let me pass on the next one. Less people go on the POC. Let me try for my company. So let me show to my users, to my executives, so you can show what it is, and so on. There is a line that is always the hardest thing to do, that is called differentiation. That is exactly the line into this funnel that is dividing and is separating what to go out for free and as open source, and what can be given out under a license, under a fee, under a service, under a cost, okay? They're always a line, and the differentiation line is not something that we can list. Okay, you can have the differentiation follow with these rules. It's very hard to find. This is exactly why it is intrigued me and it is interesting me so much. How to organize a company, so when we have the market fit, when an open source project is successful, how we can organize all of this, how we can manage all of this. Oh, by the way, what's the role of open source? I don't know, guys, if it's clear for you from a business perspective. Let me play the product manager, put the product manager hat. The open source is considered one of the most powerful way to extend the funnel. Because the bigger is the funnel, the most probable is that the people will go from here to here. And it means money. I don't know if it's clear. we have an extreme power in our hands. We can extend the funnel. You cannot imagine how companies are struggling to extend the funnel without an open source approach. It's extremely powerful. Let me stop here. You know, I'm an open source enthusiast, I told you. So, how to organize companies in this bucket of things? Well, on the commercial side of it, business as usual. Sales, marketing, sell people, do conferences, great smiles, trying to sell everything, tell me what you want, I will do it, and things like that. You pay me money, I give you service, okay? What to do there? I think in this organization, this event especially, we want to talk about the open source side of things. Let's talk about how to organize a successful open source product and company around a successful market fit and a successful open source project. First of all, on the open source side of things, challenge me and I'm happy to discuss with you. Usually the open source software is targeting developers. I'm not aware, but maybe there are, open source softwares targeting the business persona, are more coming to the IT department, developers. Open source is a topic for technical people. That is good. Techies, so data scientists, developers, QA, don't like marketing. How many of you reply to beautiful emails or phone call? Hey, I want to sell you this software, open source. Please reply to this question, and I will give you all my price list. This is not something that you can face in that way with a techie. So it doesn't work. And instead, what works is that into an open source community, you need to support the community, you need to love the community, you need to help the community, you need to recognize the community, you need to thank the community, because most of the contributions are coming from people that are working the night, the weekend, the holidays. This is how it works. You need to make developer excited to be part of the community. Can you please raise your hand and freely reply to this question. How many of you are contributing to open source projects because they are excited to do this, not because they need and they are forced to do this? How many of you are excited to contribute to open source projects? Look at you guys, the majority of you. Okay, this is why you need to love the community, not necessarily pay, of course, if you are not doing something for work. We will touch more. On the bottom of the funnel, business as usual. It's a regular funnel or every software ever. So, thinking about what are the roles and the professional involved in all of this, on the left side you can see people that are working in the entire funnel of the open source project. So you need developer relation because you need to love a community. You need to organize meetup. You need to send swagger and gift to the people. You need to reward. You need to write blog posts. You need to do all of this. And of course, also engineering, product management, everyone should work on the entire funnel. And on the bottom of the funnel, you have business as usual. So, saying that, what are the main challenges? At least I had in mind 6 of the top 6 challenges that I experienced and I saw in successful business and mature open source project. These are in my opinion, the bigger one. Most of them has been incredibly touched from the previous talk. So thank you guys of the previous speakers, because I mean it's a perfect testament of what I'm discussing here. So the first challenge is loving the community. Guys, I have seen projects failing under the trap of let's go business only because the community is working well, and after few years, the community was completely destroyed because no recognition, no support, delay in pull request and support and things like that. I have seen failing successful open source project under this trap. The top of the funnel is so much important because it is enabling the bottom of the funnel where you get money. If the top of the funnel is not working, the bottom of the funnel is not going to work if you are having a business open source model, of course. So, practically, what does it mean? You need to organize conference, a specific conference for a product and attending generic conference. You need to define local meetups. You need to define community session office hours. How many of the previous mature and successful projects are simply doing a weekly Zoom call, engaging with the community? This is exactly what means enjoying the community, fostering the community. The second challenge is about, okay, but I mean, I work in my environment, into the engineering and things like that. So, I mean, someone will take care of the contribution, or will take care of the interest around how to help the community. This is not true. You guys, as part of the engineering, if you are working in an open source organization, you have to have your hands dirty in triaging the pull request, in supporting people in forums. You need to love the community, not because there is the DevRel and they will take care of this. It's also your responsibility to go there, leave the community, help the community. I mean, previously, one guy from Red Hat is a maintainer of a project. I mean, he's not necessarily asked to do that. He's doing that. He's an engineer. He's doing the right thing. And it is also your responsibility to go there and help the people. Simply also answering maybe simple questions. I'm not going to call them stupid questions because there aren't stupid questions, but simple questions. So simply also leaving the forums and the conversation. It's a way to help the community, and it's a way to engage more with the people outside. I have seen several errors in organization shaping how the engineering is working around an open source community. An example, let's take, I mean, if we have X amount of engineers and X amount of teams, let's focus the entire set of teams in delivering features, and one team or few could be good, one team only in supporting the community. Result, the single team entirely focused on answering in forums, supporting people, resigning because they are bored, it's too boring, it doesn't work. The other team, completely disconnected from the community, they start to say, why should I contribute to the community? I don't care about them. Instead, leaving the community, transversal is something, for example, I mean, I remember, this is not recent, but for example, Docker was encouraging the engineer to live and stay with the community, and it is not something that they are asking to someone specifically, but to all the organization. But it's only an example. The third challenge, we heard about this again today, is managing contribution. I'll give you an example. As part of Backstage, where I'm working with, it's a successful open source project with an amazing growth. We receive more than 100 of pull requests per week. Okay? So, question to you guys. How much time you need to review 100 of pull requests? Yeah. So, if you have each week 100 of pull requests, how many people you think it is needed to do that? Okay, do you know what? How much we have in 4? Okay? So, these guys are really challenged. They are doing an amazing job. It doesn't work. For sure, it doesn't scale, because it doesn't scale. Honestly, Kubernetes world, it's a great example. Because when you have this vibrant community that wants to contribute in your project, and you don't know how to manage all the contributions that are coming, there is also this idea of the special interest groups. I don't know if you have heard about that, but it's simply a sort of dedicated session open session that you do through Zoom, Meet, or whatever you want, people come and say, okay, let's talk about this topic in particular. I would like to contribute on that. And so the community is managing all the contribution together in that way, together with the maintainers, of course. But this can scale because you can engage the community in managing your software. But again, managing contribution at scale in a successful project, it is challenging. Okay. I already mentioned this, the differentiation strategy. What to give out for free, what to give out under a payment, okay? This is probably one of the most difficult questions ever, and I don't think there is a common answer to this, and I'm happy to be proven as wrong, but I'm pretty sure no one can challenge me on this, because I'm going around since years to ask about this question and work on this topic in particular. It's always a tricky situation where people more on the community side tend to give things for free out, and people more on the business side, no, this is the latest feature, so it's fantastic, let's keep it internal, let's keep it legacy, let's make it cost an insane amount of money, without really checking if there is a real people that is willing to pay or not. So this is a real hard problem, and I have seen many projects failing behind this because they are giving too much out of free, so no sustainability and no money to invest in open source, or the other way around, closing too much the door, and so you lose the trust of the community, and then you become another legacy problem. So it's very hard to balance this, and this is why I love this topic. If you want to know more about this, because again, I'm passionate, I encourage you to look at these two articles. One is just because if you are thinking, okay, let me copy the successful one, for example, Red Hat model, let me copy them. Sorry guys, there is an amazing article that is explaining why another Red Hat cannot exist anymore. And you will read more about this, but I'm happy to talk, and we have also a Red Hat guy here. And the second and very most important article is about from community to commercialization. For me, is fantastic. Andersen and Horowitz, I don't know if you know them, they are the inventor of Netscape. Most of you weren't born when Netscape was around. I was there, I was at the university. And they are a huge investor in open source, business open source, and they are explaining in a fantastic way, in my opinion, what we can monetize, or we could potentially monetize in an open source project and define as a differentiation study. They are both amazing articles. And a fifth challenge is my probably latest one. No, I have another and then it's finished. I remember the quote of a developer advocate for one of the products that I was mentioning at the very beginning. He was telling me this: each 6 months we have an internal meeting with executives, with sales, with all the people, all the VPs, to discuss if we should continue to have an open source and free offering. Instead, we should kill everything and move to the legacy. What's the benefit of giving out things for free? When you have a mature organization, expensive organization, an healthy business, the feeling to kill the open source stuff is always there, and you need to justify why open source makes sense. And this is a continual battle, a continual fighting where you need to express and explain to a founder, an investor, why open source makes sense. Last but not least, the grow pace. I draw here two examples. Apologies for the AWS friends, but there is also other example. I don't know, how many of you is aware about this things here? Not all of them. I'm not going to explain this, but if you can Google a little bit. I mean, there are some tension in the market. I mean, the big cloud vendors are coming to influence a lot the open source ecosystem, okay? AWS did something with Elasticsearch. You can search more. But for example, this is and was a Red Hat software. It's a business process management workflow system. And I worked exactly for Activity, so I know the story, and there's nothing secret here. JBPM, that is a Red Hat solution, has been forked to become Activity. Activity became become a successful business open source project and model. But then after some time, had some problem, blah, blah, blah. It has been forked and became Camunda. But Activity and JBPM continue to exist. And because of the problem that was continuing, Activity has been forked again to create Flowable. Do you know what? All of these 4 things exist in the market, and they're almost the same thing. And so the fact that they are growing well, it can be a problem for a mature open source software. And if you are too much successful, it can be that someone is looking at you to say, can I do better than them forking the project? So it is also a challenge. Let me close for a final thought that I think it fits pretty well also in the entire day. So I'm happy to close with this. And I would like to hear also your thoughts on this. If you are thinking that working in an open source ecosystem is like a wonderful walk on the sunset, very romantic and very amazing, because you are there, beautiful and shiny in front of the sun, you're completely wrong. Working in a business open source software is more like this, where you kick someone very hard and you receive so many kicks that you are very, and it hurts a lot. Believe me, it hurts a lot. But do you know what? In my experience, again, it's a lot of years that I'm working here. For me, the feeling and the beauty of staying with people and living a community doesn't have really comparative things. It's the most amazing thing that we can do. So thank you for being part of this. Thank you for giving me all of this. I hope that you're receiving from the community the same that I received. And this is an example. Thank you.
Francesco, this is yours. You deserve it. I want to use a word. I want to use a word that I have never used before today. Amazing.
Is it the tapiro?
Yeah.
Sorry,
sort of.
this is not for non-Italian, but.
Are there any questions in the room? I know it's the last, but we have. Yeah, there. Wait a sec. My friend is coming.
Hi. Thank you for your talk. I really liked it. And when usually I see many projects, many open source projects that demand for maintainers and financial support, and that makes me really sad. And so I agree with you when you talk about how you can connect with the community and make your project grow with the community and make your project more discoverable and so on. And I agree with you when you talk about that you need also the project to be sustainable, and so you can, of course, work on it more. But I think it's very hard sometimes, depending on the project, to find some ways how you can make the project financially profitable, because many projects are different and not everyone can have a easier to monetize your product. And for example, you may work on a framework for developers or a small library or a util for Linux, and it's hard to monetize that. But these are all really important projects. But maintainers are not going to get paid much. Is there any solution to this, or do we just have to work and
and suffer? You know?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
And die there. Yeah.
Yes.
So let me share a thought. So thank you for the question. I feel it's a honest question, a transparent question, and I can feel the pain of this. And honestly, just to give an idea, I have done an open source project 5 or 6 years ago. I have been burned out because I did exactly the same. No one was paying me. I was having hundreds of inquiries, like many guys was telling me, hey, fix this, hey, do that. For free, because I am a huge company and you have to do it because you are the maintainer of the project. Okay. Of course, I don't have a solution because if I have a solution, an overall solution, I was rich selling this. But I'm working on this topic since years and I will continue in my career. But I have something that I would like to share with you, with all of you. Please, guys, be aware that the burnout is a serious thing. And I know that you know it. But I think that it's important that we recognize when we are too much under stress. And when we feel this feeling, when we are investing a lot of our holidays, our nights, because this is what it means. This is what it is working in an open source project in our private time. And I heard many examples. Please stop yourself for a second before getting burnout. And ask you exactly this kind of questions. Because if you don't have a way out, an option, because I can quote you some, I mean, I don't have a magic bullet, of course, but I can quote you some examples. So, for example, talk with a mentor and someone more experienced that have already done this path and maybe has been burned out or has a successful open source project. Also to let you understand if you can continue on this project, or it's better to stop. But something that I think we should seriously consider as developer is not waiting to be burned out and then decide to leave the project. But recognize that we have a problem before, stop for a moment, before getting sick or ill about that. Because this is exactly what happened, guys. I know many stories of people that stopped work for months to recover for something that were working in nights and days to do something that was never-ending stories without any recognition, money, or something. So my recommendation is raise this question not when you feel the pain, but when you start feeling that you are going on that direction. Because I know it's hard, and this is exactly what I learned as becoming a product manager. But sometimes declaring the failure of something because you learned something else, it's probably the best thing to do for you before getting sick and not recognizing that you are doing something that is bad for you. And just to be a little bit more positive, do you know what has been my learning from the burnout that I have in the project that I have done? It was an integration between Alfresco and Pentaho and the analytics stuff. That every company into the Alfresco ecosystem was working, but they were relying on me, and I didn't gain €1 for that. And I have hundreds of adopters. The lesson learned from me is that I had so much visibility. Also, the Red Hat guy discussed about this, that I have been proposed for a job in an international company because of that, after I have been burned out. So my recommendation is try to stop a little bit early, and because guys, no one deserves to be ill or sick because of the passion that you have in what you're doing.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Oh, yeah. 2 of them. 3 of them. Okay. Let's start with the first one.
Hi. You talk about the split between the free one and the payment. But what happened when, for example, the free one exceeds the payment? For example, in the case of Spotify, the illegal versions that are online that anyone can download.
I don't think I get the exact question. Can you please? So, I mean, if I'm not wrong, you're saying what's the So what it happens is the free version of the software, and by the way, I was not mentioning the music app because I don't work on the music app.
No, it's the first example that I think about seeing Spotify.
Yeah, because I mean, of course, it's written here because the Spotify app is not an open source app. It's a freemium model, but it's not open source. Instead, for example, Backstage, that is one project, is open source and free. And then there is the pay offering. And then also Alfresco, Pentaho, and many others. So if I understand the question is more about what happens if the free and open source version exceed the offering of the paying offering.
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, there is a problem at product level, because I mean, if it means that someone is working on the open source stuff and is getting better of the paying offering, and they don't talk on each other, and the open source stuff is delivering better and more quality stuff than the paying offering. There is a huge work in silos, and also there is no product management, overall product management, because I mean, it's not a run between two teams. It should be a coherent strategy across the product. And again, the conversation about what to give out for free shouldn't be isolated from the conversation what should be given out under a fee. Does it make sense?
There were other questions. I remember that one, but there was another one somewhere. Oh, okay, Florence.
Oh, yeah.
Front row. Sorry, I was losing sight.
Thank you. So, question is, I'm actually using Elasticsearch, OpenSearch to be precise, and you kind of glossed over Elasticsearch versus the Amazon offering. I just want, since I'm actually using them, I'm kind of curious about the story, because I kind of have a suspicion on what it is, let's say, the story behind it.
No, so I'm happy to take it offline, maybe.
Okay,
but no, do you know why? Because again, I did this example because it's pretty famous as an example. I can quote many, but I mean, my intention is not to point the finger on Amazon Elastic or this case in particular. I want only to express the concept that the big cloud vendors, and it's valid for AWS, but it's valid also for Google and all the others, are huge players in the market, and they can literally change the and impact a lot this way of working on the business open source. So again, if you agree, I mean, my intention is not to point the finger or classify this as a negative example. My point here is to highlight that the open source exists since the 70s, and it evolves through 3 generations of behaviors, because most of the people, and this is so sad, thinks about open source, about the software done by geeky in the garage, and this was in the 70s, but it's not like this. Do you know that how is called the robot on March? The Perseverance? No, I don't remember how it's called. So, do you know that on top, do you know that NASA is using open source software there? Okay, so do you think that this is done by 2 geeky people in the garage, students? I don't think so. Okay, so to your point, I'm happy to take it offline just to show the example. But again, but it's not an example of this is bad, you shouldn't do things. Okay.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay, the one, Lorenzo. I see you.
You almost made me change my mind about this question on your first answer, but do you have any practical advice or strategy to convince your manager or your boss to start an open source project or go open source? In your experience, at least.
Yeah, so yes. The first, and I worked, I am one of the most lucky person on the earth, because I have the opportunity to work for a fantastic company, for fantastic projects, and I firmly believe in this kind of working. But I worked, for example, in Italy for 17 years, I'm old, I know, in consultancy and developing. And one of the bigger mistakes that are often done, especially in small companies, is that, oh, let's adopt open source. It's free. No, guys, it is not free. Do you know, let me quote two incredible and valuable examples, Red Hat and VMware. In Backstage, as an example, do you know what these companies are doing? They are adopting Backstage as the front end for one of the front ends for their verticals. I'm not sharing any secret, this is public, okay? And they are asking for money for their stack and their solution on top of OpenShift and in Red Hat, and top of TAP, that is the VMware offering. And they're using Backstage for free as an open source software. Okay, so let me say, the first impression is, okay, they are stealing software. They're using this because it's software. Do you know what they are doing? They are investing back to Backstage with one team of 7 people each, plus a product manager, full-time dedicated in contributing to the open source project. So they are paying these guys here for a full stack, for a full effort into the open source world. So they are taking this for free, and they are giving back in terms of human effort, in terms of value to the product, and so they are giving back, they are taking back again where they enhance the product together with the entire community. Okay, so my advice to you is, first of all, remove from your manager that it is free, and so it's a way to save cost because someone else is contributing to this. This is so dangerous. It's so ill. And this is very common. But I don't blame them, because all of them, and believe me, it happens also in the open source business company, they don't know the open source model. So what can you do is to become expert into the open source model and explain them why open source provide value and why open source can be beneficial for them, and of course for the business and for the customers. Is it foggy enough, Lorenzo?
Maybe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, other question?
Thank you for the amazing talk. One question about the funnel that you described at the beginning. Depending from the market that our product is expected to land, the general addressable market could be larger or closer. And the problem is that at the end, every project is challenging the same market, So it's true that expanding the funnel is the best thing that you can do, but sometimes it's really hard to compete. 1 week ago, I was evaluating an operator, and at the end, I found like 4 different projects, and I was comparing them like a new car, comparing feature and things like that. And looking also at the sample that you made before, with 4 different products sharing the same code base, my question is, if we're talking about owned solution, there is some point where we evaluate the market and evaluate, joining product on solution and things like that. In the open source, this is not usually happening because there is no business overview. So how we can control the challenge of the excessive number of fork of new projects that are at the end reducing the workforce that could be shared on a general solution?
It's a good question. My answer, this is more a debate and something interesting. My answer is, if you adopt what you think is the best solution at the moment, and you get it for free, and you invest into the project with effort, people, automatically you are contributing in making this project continuing and being healthy and make it live forever, probably. So again, my answer is the same that I was giving to Lorenzo. So think that when you adopt an open source project, you are not a smart person because you are getting something for free. You should give back some kind of effort, contribution, so that you guarantee and you continue to have this project healthy. Then it can happen that you are betting on the wrong project, but this is life. And this is part of the competition, honestly.
Thank you. Any other questions in the room?
Yeah, here, Lorenzo.
Okay.
Again, with the forking problem about the gRPC, I think.
JPPM.
Yeah, that one. That was fork with to 4 different
Activity, blah, blah,
versions.
blah,
Yeah. Maybe could it be the maintainers wasn't able to receive possible new features? So no, the project is good as is. You can fork and go on.
I would like to give a similar answer to the previous one.
Okay.
I can tell you the story of all the fourth because I was there when this was happening, or at least I'm aware about what happens. But the message that I'm giving to you is not about describing what went wrong in that case. The reality is that so the message that I was trying to give, and I think I gave it, is that when a project is reaching the success and a huge visibility, you will start seeing around a lot of interest. You will be contacted by maybe the cloud vendors, maybe big players to say, hey, do you know what? I want to do something with yours. And this can be impactful. I mean, not necessarily because they want to fork it, but again, when you start to get a lot of people smelling that there is business around, business is tricky, huh? So again, I'm happy to share the story in particular, but this is only an example,
Thank you.
Shirt for you, and I'm taking one last question for our friend, Mr.
I'm happy
Della
because
Luce.
I see that I didn't make you sleep too much. Too much, I say, yeah.
There you go, Jess.
It seems really awake.
Nice, we are ready for the
hello.
cocktail.
Yeah, I'm here. So you're a product manager, and I hear you most of the things that you said because I maintain Falco, and I see the same problems from an engineering perspective, right? And my biggest question is, one thing that I noticed working in this role, an open source project backed by some B2B companies making money out of it, essentially, it's that when you are in a private product, your stakeholder is pretty clear. It's either your customer or whoever is giving you money, or another team of your company who actually have that stakeholder on their own. When you're in open source, the part of strategy that really puzzles me the most is that your stakeholders keep changing all the time. Like sometimes a contributor, sometimes it's like another company that you would like for them to contribute to your project, or your company itself. And you cannot possibly say yes to everyone. So it does is a big impact on your roadmap capabilities. So actually saying no is the biggest power. So if you had, from a product managing perspective, the top one secret sauce that you use as a best advice, or on how you do decision making, considering the fact that your stakeholders change in rotation most of the time.
The top one, huh?
Yeah, because we are short in time. I would say top three.
This is absolutely an interesting conversation. I have a lot to say, but we are recorded, so I cannot. So yes, it is a challenge. I give an example. We struggle in an open source world. We struggle also to have a roadmap, and I think it's valid also for you, for Falco. Simply because you have so many contributions. How can you say that we will enhance the product in that direction if most of the contributions are coming from someone that you neither are aware of?
Yeah.
So also defining a roadmap, it's hard. And when you receive all this, probably saying that, I have the answer for you. But again, it's only one of the possible ones. What we do as product team is to prioritize our bet and our strategic features with our own effort. So I think that it's valid for Backstage, it has been valid for Office, but I think it's valid also for you, and correct me if I'm wrong. You have a limited set of people that your company, Sysdig, is working, is dedicating to the open source contribution. So you have a limited bandwidth, okay? And then you have an immense community that is contributing with things that you are completely out of control. So you have control of the pull request, but you cannot tell them what to develop, okay? So what you can do in your project strategy is to think about what, in your perspective, are the strategic theming where you want to invest your bandwidth and your people, okay? But you can control this, not all of this. And honestly, I don't know your opinion, but I found this really interesting in the open source world because the product is enhancing beyond what you can do. Is enhancing because the community is enhancing the product and they decide where to bring the product.
Yeah, it was pretty insightful.
Okay, so I would argue that we can go towards the ending of the event, which it's a sad thing, but also a beautiful thing, because, you know, all good things must come to an end at some point.
Okay,
Right?
it's working now. So,
yeah. By the way, I am the cosplay of a closet now, so, you know, if you need a t-shirt or something, I'm selling them. 500 euros each, because open source is not free, remember that. That's very important. Okay. Okay, so we're at the end. It was
a day, Lorenzo.
Very stressful and anxious. My anxiety is kind of steaming off right now. I'm gonna drop off on the ground any minute now, so the closing is of essence. And I would say one closing remark, and then we'll do a few other things that are very nice. I started this morning talking about that Brazilian accent thing, the fact that Brazilians do put accents everywhere and Italians don't, right? The invisible things. So I will close my remark by trying to remember how it was, but I think it was like this. From the Little Prince, the essential is invisible to the eye, something like that, right? And I think open source plays exactly that role. We don't see it, but it's around us at any time, at any point of our life, really, as engineers, designers, whatever. And I think today we kind of proved the point that as a community, as a whole, as people, as human beings, as beautiful beings that we all are, really, we can empower not only ourselves, but the world and whatever we bring with ourselves into the world. So thank you all again. An applause for you, not for us, but for you guys. And I will start that.
I just want to say a thing before calling all the speakers on the stage to thank all the speakers. I think that you, Lorenzo, and all the organization did an amazing job. Amazing, it's not a word just to say, because this is terrific. It's
terrific is a good
beautiful.
word.
This is big, and you gather all these people here today to talking about open source, to listen about open source in a really open way, and this has no price. So.
Thank you. We are, I think, honored to have you here. Thank you very much. So, no more closing remarks. That's it. I talk too much. Let's have all the speakers come on stage now, all together. Please join me on stage. And Matteo, a big, continuous, let's do continuous delivery of applause, please. Come on. Put that continuous emotion, please. Thank you. We owe them so much of our gratitude. So it's the least we can do to say thank you and to kind of, you know, thanks. Keep it going. It's continuous delivery. Come on. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today, for participating, for being open source in everything. Thank you very much. And yeah.
the delay. Okay.
Technical time.
It is working. So we said you are not alone with this fantastic event. We have many people behind this. I don't want to say amazing, but you have many people in this organization, Schrödinger, and all the volunteers. So I want to call on the stage Agatha.
Agatha, come on. Come on stage.
Gabri.
Gabri.
Miki. Lorenzo. Angela. Andre. Valeria.
C'è un altro Matteo.
Matteo. Sara. Davide. E Lorenzo.
Yes.
Nicola.
And Matteo Guidotto as well. Very important.
Patrick. Domiziana. Augustas.
Augustas.
E Marta.
Football players. And Matteo Guidotto. Great, great MC. Round of applause again, final one. It's raining. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure having you here. And I lied about the closing remark. There's going to be another one. Of course, I lied. And this one is about the drinks. So if you go upstairs, first floor, ground floor, there's going to be people waiting for you. They're going to see your badge somewhere. Yeah, right here. Show them the badge, and you're getting the free drink and the stuff to eat, because it's always good, you know, energy. Micronutrients again. So, happy day. It was a good evening. Thank you.
È andata tipo rilassare.